of the world champion Boston Celtics. WBZ-FM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots players have today off. They're back at practice tomorrow with the home opener coming up Sunday against Seattle. Both teams opened up their separate seasons with victories last weekend. Week 1 of the NFL season came to a close last night out on the West Coast. San Francisco ran by the Jets 32-19. Christian McCaffrey was a surprise inactive for the 49ers, so backup Jordan Mason stepped in. He ran for 147 yards and a touchdown. Garrett Wilson and the visitors had a long night.
We gotta go prepare, get better every week, every day, every rep, truly, because we're not there yet. They whipped our ass today, and that's the reality of it. And we got to find a way to get better. You know, the great teams will bounce back from this, and that's what we plan to do.
Aaron Rodgers threw for 167 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception before being pulled in the fourth quarter. In other league news, Giants head coach Brian Daboll said yesterday Daniel Jones is still a starting quarterback. Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua placed on injured reserve after re-aggravating a knee injury. And Deshaun Watson's been accused of sexual assault again via another civil lawsuit, this one by a woman in connection with an alleged incident from October of 2020. The Red Sox somehow are still in the playoff hunt. They blew out Baltimore last night at Fenway Park 12-3. Rob Refsnyder, 2 homers and 5 RBIs to lead the offense. The Sox, Detroit, and Seattle are now all 73 and 71, 3 games behind Minnesota for the final playoff spot in the American League. The Twins come here for a 3-game series a week from Friday. The Sox also yesterday released lefty Rich Hill, who was designated for assignment on Friday. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Foxwoods. Nate Bargatze's The Be Funny Tour coming to Foxwoods Resort Casino. Tickets are still available for Friday, September 20th at 9:45. Get tickets now at foxwoods.com. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
Boston's best sports talk. There's an app for that. Download the Sports Hub app for loads of stuff. Absolutely free. Connect with the shows, get podcasts, and more. Get it where you get your apps. Or at 985sportshub.com.
Afraid hello. Mm-hmm. Hello. Hello.
He's naked. He has a sword.
Hi. Loopity about with a football.
98.5. The
Bruins are back from the West Coast.
Cocaine and hookers. Yes. No.
Is it okay to use this for the radio?
Yeah. Welcome to the show, you sweet bitch. When I asked him about the sides, brisket, those are pretty good if you want to start it.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. We are Toucher and Hardy, Town Fair Tire Studios, 617-779-0985. We are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. And, of course, you can watch us on YouTube. Simply go to YouTube and you can search 98.5 The Sports Hub and get on there, and you can even talk to Hardy on occasion.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say good morning right now. I haven't said anything in there in a long time. I just,
Yeah, you get on there.
Here we go.
You establish a connection with them.
A little good morning. Oh, there you see. Now this is that whole mute that I learned a new thing yesterday. Watch that. Boom. Just muted that website. Look at that.
Okay. You saying hello to everyone? You letting them know you're there?
Good morning. I'm here.
That's exciting.
Wow. This is exciting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Making new friends and influencing
Yeah.
people.
Yeah. So there you go. That's a little bit of a PR campaign from the show. An olive branch to the people that are there every day on YouTube. All right. So you'll know that like this.
Go ahead.
Guess where we will get to last night and everything else, and it was so much.
Oh, sure. There's time for that.
There's so much to do today. We have a packed show. Andrew Callahan will be in at 8 o'clock in the morning. We have fun and frivolity. We will go into that wonderful, wonderful Manningcast that aired last night. That was so the lag on it. Everything was working very, very well. But guess where I will be spending Thanksgiving this year?
Tennessee.
I will be in Detroit, Michigan.
Ooh.
I'm going.
You're going to the game.
Because the baby mama is going to her dad's house in Philadelphia. He's got some medical stuff going on, so she's going to be going to there for Thanksgiving. So that opened up Thanksgiving, and I said, this is what I did every year as a kid. Of course, the Lions play every Thanksgiving. That's what I did every year as a child. And then we would eat generally at a restaurant afterwards, maybe generally within our family too. But we would go to a restaurant. I preferred it 1,000 times more. There's no way to make a turkey taste good. Haven't we had this debate before, John, in the many, many years we've been on?
Yes.
Because it's a well-known fact. I mean, chefs will tell you that no matter how you try to cook like a full turkey, like you can't make it taste good.
And the other argument is, how often do you have turkey during the year? No one really seeks it out and eats it. Why do it on Thanksgiving?
Yeah, because I was just reading this book, and it's a memoir. It doesn't matter who it is. And the guy was saying that he's tried to make this turkey every way, and that he's been to restaurants all over the world, and he's never been to one that served turkey. Like, you'll never go to a restaurant and turkey's on the menu.
Yep.
Can you think of anywhere you've been where turkey was on the menu?
I mean, not outside
of
Thanksgiving. I mean, maybe like turkey tips. You know, that's a thing. And again, tips weren't a thing that I was even aware of before moving to Boston. Steak tips, any kind of tips, they're not a thing. But turkey tips are served around here. But that's about it.
That's if you don't want to go red meat, because the steak tips actually make sense. What is a turkey tip?
I don't know.
Like the steak tip thing makes sense.
Chunks of turkey, apparently.
Yeah, but the steak tip thing makes sense. It's all right. But regardless. I mean, so the Thanksgiving dinners suck. I don't like them. So it was a joy to be able to go out to dinner, to have actual food that I enjoy. And that is what I'm going to give my children this year. I'm going to take them to Detroit, Michigan. The parade in Detroit, as you're aware of, Hardy, in the morning. Then walk on over to Ford Field for the noon game. Then find a restaurant that's doing something and experience that. And then see no family outside of my children. That is the dream.
So we did 1 year, 2 or 3 years ago, we did a vacation during Thanksgiving week, and it was one of my friends who is having a milestone birthday the same week that Marcy was, and he said, "Hey, we're going to Atlantis for Thanksgiving. It's right around my birthday." He said, "I know Marcy's birthday is around the same time. You should go." I'm like, "We're not going to Atlantis for Thanksgiving. That's the craziest thing I ever heard of." And I kind of mentioned it as an aside to Marcy, and she said, "Why not?" And I said, "Yeah, why not? What are we going to do? Like sit around, have the same, meal with the same people, which it's more stressful than anything. Either you feel bad for the person whose house you're at because they're in the kitchen the entire time and working and slaving. And for me, I would say at least half the people sitting down and eating, the meal takes 20 to 30 minutes. That's it. It's like this all-day affair, preparing the meal, you sit down, eat, and then it's over. Or we go away and just do whatever we want. And we did it that 1 year. Thanksgiving Day itself, I didn't even know it was Thanksgiving. Had forgotten. There's nothing to do with Thanksgiving going on in the Bahamas. Went out to a steakhouse for dinner that night. It was fantastic. So you're kind of doing a little bit of both, Fred. You're doing true Thanksgiving traditions, but without the family and all this stuff around it. For us, it was the four of us. It was me and Marcy and the kids, and then our friends. But that was like a group of, 10, 12 people. It was great. Alternative Thanksgiving plans. I know it's all about tradition, all this stuff. Once, Just once, try something completely different for Thanksgiving and tell me you don't love it. You don't have to do it every year. Just do something different one year.
But for me, Thanksgiving's like Halloween. Like, I don't care. And at least my kids like Halloween. Thanksgiving, unless I'm going to the Lions game, is always more of an albatross than anything else.
Yeah.
It's just a day where nothing's open. So that's what it is to me. And it's food I don't like. It used to be I had to go to my father-in-law's house, which was miserable. And then before that, it was... And then after that, it was just like I had to make food and everything. I don't like it. Now, Christmas is... Now you're talking. Christmas needs to be done, in my opinion, in a home. I would never travel for Christmas Day. Some people do
Christmas
that.
Day, yeah.
They're heathens.
Right. I would agree that Christmas should be at your home or someone else's, a family member's home. Yes.
And we used to have a tradition on Easter that I enjoyed, but then the place closed down.
Well, Easter's the big one. Easter gets the shaft in terms of Christianity. That's the Super Bowl. But
Yeah.
I think it kind of gets, swept aside because there aren't gifts involved.
How was how was church on Easter for you? What did you think of the sermon?
Well, are you talking about Palm Sunday? Are you talking about Easter
No, I'm
Sunday?
talking about
Are you
Easter
talking
Sunday.
about Ash Wednesday? Because I was there for all of them.
No, you weren't.
Not any of them.
I was there for Easter. I went to church on Easter.
How about that? Good for you, Fred.
Why do you think everything's working out for me?
Yeah, everything's coming up for Eddie T as far as I can see.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jeebus. Because you love Jeebus.
Everyone loves you.
I was in there going, let's celebrate this. Let's celebrate the resurrection, ladies and gentlemen.
That's the big one. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I don't go to one where they put the ashes on your head or nothing.
Ash Wednesday?
Yeah, there's no Ash Wednesday where I go. It's more of a relaxed affair, but we get the job done. We have plenty of contact with the man above. But when I was there at church, it was funny. I was thinking, I'm like, boy, Wallach's really pissed off God. He turned his back on his first religion, and then he's just got all this goyish non-denominational. He just got this Christmas without JC in it situation going. I'm like, he's going to hell. And I went, Hardy's probably like mowing the lawn. So he's going to hell.
On Easter, not bloody likely.
No, on Easter, yeah. No, you're not bloody. You're not.
In
maybe
April?
aerating.
Probably not. No.
Could you be aerating?
I could be out there doing some maintenance, but I'm not cutting the grass, idiot. This guy.
Hey,
What a dummy.
even I knew that's wrong. Even I.
When is Easter? How do you determine when Easter is, Fred?
It's the day that that Jesus was resurrected.
How did they determine what date Easter is?
It's the date that they saw Jesus come out of the cave.
No, it's a different date every year.
I know. It's a Sunday. It's the Sunday that Jesus came out of the cave.
Anybody know how to determine when Easter is?
I do not.
It's the first Sunday after the first full moon after the vernal equinox.
Is that
AKA
true?
the first day of spring. So find the first day of spring, find the first full moon after the first day of spring, and then find the first Sunday after that first full moon. Boom. That's when Easter is.
Are you being serious?
Yes.
Interesting.
Boy, that's complicated.
Not bad.
How did they do it like 300 years ago, 400 years ago, 500 years ago?
They had the moon 400 years ago.
No, but they could predict when it was going to happen?
Yeah.
They could, 1,000 years ago, they could predict when it was going to happen?
Well, I don't know about 1,000, but you said 400 years ago. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure 1,000 years ago they had that down.
They
Yeah,
could
they were
predict when are we positive they could predict when the equinox would be? 1,000 years ago when they thought the earth was flat, and well, they still do. When they thought there was a bunch of misconceptions about the universe at that point in terms of our immediate universe, the moon and the sun and things of that nature. I mean, I don't think 1,000 years ago did they know we were rotating around the sun?
I don't think so.
I mean, but now we're getting very deep.
Yeah.
Are we rotating around the sun really? I mean, we don't. I mean, who's to tell us that we are? That's just hogwash. That's what they want you
The
to think.
Babylonian calendar began with the first new moon after the March equinox, the day after the return of the Sumerian goddess Inanna, later known as Ishtar. I'm sorry for saying what the statement.
Oh, is that a flop too? Ishtar's a real flop.
But I don't know when the Babylonian calendar started, but that sounds like a long time ago.
Yeah, it
that
does.
sounds.
To be honest
that
with you,
sounds
it
old.
sounds like a long time ago. Well, listen, the ancient culture never ceases to amaze me. I mean, I could spend all morning on it. In fact, I think I'll pick up a class at Harvard just in the evenings. Is there anything at the library, Adam, that you could tell me about? Maybe that the ancient cultures that you can get in for free?
I can tell you that if you have a library card to the Minuteman Library Network,
I do.
You don't just get a library card to your local library. You get a library card to an entire network.
It's a network, Fred.
Yeah. You can hobnob with bums as they destroy the bathroom of your local library.
Can I backtrack one moment here about our Thanksgiving travel? And I know we're all over the map here with Easter.
You may.
Thanksgiving
It's very exciting.
And the first day of spring. But just be careful, as I found out on that last trip we took there, because in that group of like 12 of us or whatever, we were two parties. We're taking the same flight out of the Bahamas. We were flying back to Boston. They were flying to Phoenix, and 2 families of 4, right? Mm-hmm. And 7 of us made it to the gate. My family of 4, 3 from the other family, but the 3 from the other family came up to the gate crying, "Daddy got arrested." Now,
How did that happen?
well, this was a buddy of mine.
I know this. Yeah, go ahead.
Who got arrested because A, he had a significant amount of cash in his bag after doing well in the casino, and B, had some loose gummies in his travel bag, and they arrested him and told the family, "Go on, he's not making this flight. You guys leave." And they were trying to figure out at that point what to do, and eventually they did get on the flight. They left Daddy behind thinking he would be on a flight later on that day. This was Saturday morning of Thanksgiving weekend. Daddy was not on a flight later that day, nor was he on a flight the next day. He wasn't on a flight until he appeared before the judge on Monday around noon and said, "Oh, I had some loose gummies. That'll be a $200 fine and you're free to leave." So I called a buddy of mine back in Boston who's does some stuff with, law enforcement and travel and stuff. I'm like, "Is this common?" He goes, "Not really." He goes, "Any chance this guy was, being an a-hole?" I said, "There's no chance he wasn't being an a-hole." And just talking, and him and his whole family talking crap to the, to the TSA and the customs agent. He goes, "Oh, that sounds like an FU arrest." And boy, did they F him. Here, go sleep on that concrete slab. We're going to bring you some seafood stew of some kind a couple of days to eat while you're in jail before you can go see the judge on Monday.
I mean, you don't want to get arrested on the weekend unless you're Scotty Scheffler.
And apparently even in the paradise known as the Bahamas. Don't get arrested in the Bahamas on a Saturday. It is not a good time.
And everyone knows when you leave Atlanta, said Nassau really is a paradise. All right, we will be back in just a moment. So much happened last evening. We will get to it. I've received your emails and messages. They were very cruel. We will be back in just a moment. everybody. We are Toucher and Hardy. Hardy, what happened last evening?
Well, week one of the NFL had a bow put on it last night as the New York Jets visited the San Francisco 49ers. The long-awaited return of Aaron Rodgers. What, Fred? What?
Two lunatic cities. You got New York with all those hopped-up pillheads, and then you got California with its earthquakes and...
And as Felger described them a few years ago, San Francisco with their aggressive homeless. It's not, it's not the kind, hey, brother, can you spare a dime homeless? It's the homeless that very dangerous.
Shoots at San Francisco wide receiver in the chest.
Exactly.
That was a homeless guy?
Apparently.
With a gun?
Apparently.
Sometimes they have dogs.
Well, that's way more common. Well, cell phones... I told you, there was a family. I was with my son in a car, and there was a family on the side of the road. It was a baby, mom and a dad, I would take it, and probably about a 13-year-old boy. And they were in lawn chairs, and the boy was on an iPhone playing games. And my son was very like, what's going
Jealous.
on? Exactly. But then Hardy, you know this. I am friendly with a guy who's like one of these punk bums that like goes and takes trains around the country. Like, he hops on trains and stuff. He's like a bum, but he's got a Facebook account and a phone, which I find interesting. Like, he's unemployed, like a bum, like lives on the street.
But he's just tramping around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got Indian ink tattoos and everything. He's the real deal.
Trailers for sale.
Yeah, that kid's liver's going to explode. And I'm not kidding. That kid's, I think he just turned 29. That kid's he's not going to be here long. Go ahead.
All right. Well, Aaron Rodgers, far past 29. 40 years old, Aaron Rodgers.
What?
40 years old, Fred.
You sure?
I am sure. I double-checked it last night. I'm like, how old is Aaron Rodgers again?
I wish they'd mention it.
Yeah. But he was out there doing some stuff.
Aaron Rodgers under center. Mike Williams in motion. Handoff, Brees Hall running right. Cuts it up at the goal line. He's in. That's a Jet touchdown. What a drive. Third down conversions. The genius of Aaron Rodgers. Garrett Wilson converting. Brees Hall caps it. And the Jets have the lead.
Aaron Rodgers looking decent in the first couple of drives. His receivers, not always so much. Couple of balls right off the hands.
They have some holes. Like Mike Williams, I don't believe played at all last night. And their second receiver is Alan Lazard, who was statistically, not hyperbole, the worst receiver in football last year. And the only they're paying him $10 million this year. The only reason is his relationship with Aaron Rodgers. And the first third down of the game, Aaron Rodgers hits him in the hands. He alligator arms one with no one around him. And then the Jets get the ball back because their defense was actually playing well the first two possessions. And Brees Hall, I don't blame him. One of the best linebackers in football, punches the ball out. I mean, that's going to happen from time to time. Jets stop them from scoring. They get it settled for a field goal. Then the Jets go down the field and score. So their defense looks like it was like last year. And Aaron Rodgers, I thought Aaron Rodgers looked good last night.
There was that drive that we just played the capper of. He looked like Aaron Rodgers.
He looked like Aaron Rodgers on that drive.
They never had the ball. Hackett's a terrible offensive coordinator, so they couldn't run the ball. And then his interception wasn't his fault. It just popped off an arm, and then it was a bad bounce into someone's arms. I thought Aaron Rodgers looked good. Well, listen, I'm also a Jets fan, and he was playing quarterback for the Jets. The bar is not very high, but I thought Aaron Rodgers looked good yesterday. He's annoying, but I think he looked good.
You're absolutely right, Fred. Time of possession, 38-40 for the 49ers, 21-20 for the New York Jets.
Yeah.
So when the opponent possesses the ball nearly twice as often during a game, it's going to be some rough sledding for you. And San Francisco was doing things when they got the ball.
Here's Debo in motion. Jet sweep handoff to Debo. A block and a dive for the goal line. And he's up on the goal line and in. Touchdown! San Francisco! And this one counts. They're not taking it back.
13-7
that guy's got a Pittsburgh accent. Get out of town. You're not even from there, carpetbagger. Boo!
I was thinking about that this morning because I heard that highlight a couple of times. It is kind of like an old-timey San Francisco accent, though. I mean, it had a lot of people from the South moving west. I mean, they were, essentially the first people settling in San Francisco. Those were the Cowboys. Those were the Gold Rush
San Francisco
people.
accent
The 49ers. I mean, it's...
Robin Williams does it in his act.
Did.
Well, yeah, that's right. He's dead.
49ers then started asserting themselves.
But
what?
In fairness, they were asserting themselves, but it's not like Jordan Mason wasn't their lead back yesterday. Georgia Tech undrafted. You've heard of him, 25-year-old back?
No.
Yeah, the most yards I believe he had in a game was 49 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was pretty good.
Yeah, it was him.
It was pretty good.
It was all him.
Yeah.
Found out on Friday that he would be getting the start.
Well, that's interesting because he had a different answer than his head coach.
Because his head coach was lying.
Yes. Very much so.
Yes, and his head coach, Shanahan, said that they had made the decision before the game, and then when they asked Jordan Mason,
let's jump ahead. Let's hear what Kyle Shanahan said specifically.
I never told Jordan he was going to start. Told him he had to be ready a bunch, but I might have been Bobby or somebody trying to pump him up, but I knew he was going to have to play a lot. I told him that he was going to have to, wasn't going to be like usual. He was going to be a number 2 back that was splitting a lot of the time, but now he didn't know he for sure was doing that till today.
He said he would be the number 2 back.
Oh. Thought it was something else.
Also was... looking forward to it, but also he said after the game, he told Christian McCaffrey something to the effect of, I don't know how you do this all game. Like, wow, that's a lot of work. Getting out there and actually starting a football game, having to play for the entirety of a football game. Whew.
Well, it helps when you're picking up 5 yards a carry. He carried the ball 28 times against the vaunted Jets defense. I don't know what the hell is going on.
Hey, they held him a lot of field goals, Fred. There you go. Only 2 touchdowns, 6 field goals.
The defense was good in the beginning for the first quarter and a half, I think. Yeah, pretty much first quarter and a half.
And then San Francisco scored on 8 straight drives.
Right
after that.
But the first 2 times they settled for field goals, the Jets defense held them. Maybe the first 3 times. I don't know. It was. I can't remember.
It was
the order
7-6, and then it was 13-7.
Okay.
Here's what.
So the first 2 times they held them.
Here's what struck me: the wide open receivers that San Francisco had, and it didn't matter who it was. There were guys who were so wide open, and Purdy didn't even see all of them in the first half. Like, where is this Jets defense? Where is this secondary?
Well, that brings us to Sauce Gardner.
Well, it brings us to a lot of things. A, why were they not able to establish any kind of pass rush? That I don't understand. I know Reddick's holding out, but they have a first-round pick that they have 2 kids that they took in the first round that are defensive ends, Jermaine Johnson and Will McDonald, who was a mid-round first-round pick. And I don't understand why they weren't getting any pressure. And then, there was a point in the game that All-Pro Sauce Gardner was on the sideline. They kept asking if he was hurt. They talked to Jets PR, and Jets PR said he's not hurt. And if you were following Jets Twitter, and I'm sure you guys were, while Sauce Gardner was on the sidelines, he was holding his helmet. He wasn't injured. And then he put his helmet on, and he was still out.
Yeah, they had a pic. They showed a camera shot of him sitting there, standing there, wasn't being attended to. There was no medical personnel ever around him. It was really bizarre.
Yeah, I think that he had made a tackle, and he was like sitting on the ground. I wonder because he doesn't like to hit. He's like one of these Dion types. He doesn't like contact. And I wonder if they were trying to send a message to him or something. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it, but then again, it's 6:30 in the morning, and that was a game last night, so I can't really tell you.
So there's a paywall story that I can't get past. Something about Robert Saleh at some point did say something to the effect of he needed to catch his breath, that it was a conditioning issue. And we talked a little bit about this yesterday. I think you saw it come to fruition at the end of the Bengals-Pats game, where these guys who haven't played a lot, whether it's starters or rookies, whoever, and they haven't played a lot during camp, the conditioning becomes an issue.
The
toward
Lions
the end
game,
of these games.
the overtime of the Lions game.
Yeah,
I mean the Lions just ran roughshod over. Yeah, the New York defense was at that point exhausted, but San Francisco was running the ball at will at the beginning of the game, or fairly close to the beginning of the game. If you're wondering about the 49ers radio play-by-play guy, Dan Roach says he's from Buffalo. Greg Papa.
Yep,
the very mediocre comedian.
I was gonna bring that up,
and he went to Syracuse with him,
and that's how
Tom Smiley face peach. Oh, that's right, Tom Papa. Tom Papa is one of those guys whose names get mentioned, and you're like, huh?
I saw him open for Seinfeld, and he killed. All right.
Yeah, and then Seinfeld because he was opening for Seinfeld.
It had a little something to do with it. People were in a good mood. They were getting ready to see Jerry Seinfeld.
And then they left very disappointed. Seinfeld, not a good stand-up comedian.
It's some of his act, we'll call it, does seem a bit antiquated now.
It's best sitcom of all time, most likely, but not much of a stand-up. All right, so anyway, we spent a lot of time on the game. The Jets have a lot of issues.
Is this a disaster type game for you, or do you still feel the same way you did about the Jets going into it?
What a disaster.
You know, they stunk. I don't know, get off on it. Well, what am I? I mean, no, I was shocked. I couldn't believe what was going on. It was almost unfathomable. It was like watching a different franchise. I was sitting there going, what the hell is going on?
I thought this was the year.
I mean, wow, they're losing? So, no, I wasn't.
The way they lost.
No, I wasn't. I was a little concerned that the defense was that bad. I mean, look, I can't believe they're that bad a team. And I just hope that Saleh and Hackett aren't so bad that they ultimately are just going to get outcoached every time they're up against a decent coach. I mean, Shanahan's a great coach.
They have 3 winnable games coming up next.
Yeah.
Tennessee, the Patriots, and Denver, all in a row.
Yeah, if they lose any of those games, I'll be concerned. Yeah. You go to San Francisco Monday Night Football, and Aaron Rodgers, I thought Aaron Rodgers was fine, but Aaron Rodgers hasn't played in 2 seasons. Then, I give him a little bit of break. But, they have to tighten up that defense. Isn't it weird? It was the defense. And because Aaron Rodgers, again, drop ball on a 3rd down, and then Breece Hall gets a ball knocked out, and then they go to the length of the field and score. I mean, if Lazard catches that and Breece Hall doesn't have that fumble, who knows how the game
That's
goes.
one of those games where you look at Lazard's numbers, and 86 yards, 2 touchdown catches, and you're like, oh, he had a good game. But in
he's
reality,
terrible.
he did not have a good game.
Because after that Garrett Wilson the drive that they scored, we're going real deep into a game I know no one cares about. But
I think most people were watching.
Okay,
this, right?
but after the Garrett Wilson caught, I think he had 4 catches on the touchdown drive, the first touchdown drive,
right.
And they were just like, "You're not getting the ball again."
Yes,
and then
correct.
The point with Mike Williams not playing is the Jets really don't have another receiving option. That's why they got Mike Williams. So when it shows you some holes in the team, and the offensive line in pass protection looked good, they could not run block. So, but I'm hoping that's because they're old and didn't play in the preseason.
Where did Becton wind up?
He's playing guard. I saw him randomly because I was watching all those 1:00 games. He's playing guard for I can't remember what team, but a team that I watched all the 1:00 games of the Giants.
Eagles.
Yeah.
Eagles.
Okay, so yeah. He's playing guard, I believe, for the Eagles. Does it list him as a guard?
He is. He's the starting left guard for the Eagles.
Yeah, the biggest left guard after that Gibson kid from. Do you remember the guy that the Lions drafted from Wisconsin? The kid Gibson. He weighed 400 pounds. He was a 1st-round pick.
No, year, about what year?
Oh boy, 90s. I think his last name was Gibson. He was a guard from Wisconsin. You know what happened? Legs gave out. It was a big shocker. He's the biggest human being I've ever seen play football. Bigger than Flozell the hotel.
Oh, Matt Millen, 1999.
Yeah, what was the kid?
Gibson, 27th player selected overall in 1999. But
What do they list?
Mammoth blocker was plagued by injuries and problems with his weight. He played college at over 400 pounds at times, and the Lions staff was on him from the start about his extra tonnage.
He's listed at 6'6", 375.
Yeah. So
which means 400, 425.
He's the biggest human being, and Matt Millen, in all his genius, drafted him, thinking this kid could get through a long season.
He lasted a season and a half.
Yeah. Well, it's not even
get rid of him.
What are you going to blame him? Like, I mean, he's too big. Yeah. He's too big for his body.
5 seasons in all.
Yeah. How many games?
Total 38.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. All right. Well, there you go. There's the deep dive on the Jets. I realize they're not very good, and congratulations. And I'm not joking. Your New England Patriots have a better record than the New York Jets, and that is saying something. Who would have thought? And congratulations to the Patriots, who I'm not rooting actively against this year. Now that Belichick fellow is not around. And we will get into just how much Belichick got into depth about the Patriots' victory.
So good.
Yeah. It's almost like he told people not to ask him about it. We'll be back in just a moment.
Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots players have today off. They'll hold their first practice of the week tomorrow. They will host Seattle this coming Sunday in a matchup of 1-0 teams. As we were just talking about, San Francisco beat the Jets on Monday Night Football 32-19. Deshaun Watson, the subject of another civil lawsuit charging him with sexual assault. This alleged incident happened back in 2020. Red Sox blew out Baltimore last night 12-3 at Fenway Park. Rob Refsnyder, 2 homers, 5 RBIs. Red Sox somehow still only 3 games out of a playoff spot. They'll play the Orioles again tonight. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Cape Cod Lumber and CCL Homescapes. 100% employee-owned, your go-to independent lumber yard. Partner with CCL and CCL Homescapes for all your building needs right in Abington. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7 o'clock.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
I don't know what this is.
Squeezer's Only in Dreams, Fred. They're playing the Blue album in its entirety at TD Garden tonight. Going to the show.
That's a Fear of a Blue Planet. Is that the name of the tour?
Right. That's something like
Is the original bass player back?
that. No, he is not. Matt Sharp is no longer a member. He did not join them for the
Voyage to the Blue Planet.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Hardy.
Fear of a Blue Planet would have been funny.
It's a little leftover show prep, Hardy. Thanks for hanging on to that.
So,
Look who's made himself at home.
so this friend of mine who goes by the name of Axel on the air grew up outside of Chicago. His best friend growing up moved out to L.A. to be an actor. He lived in a apartment complex with a guy that became Johnny Knoxville and Rivers Cuomo. And they were thick as thieves, the three of them. And the guy that Axel was friends with became Johnny Depp's assistant. So rough time for him. But he was the manager of the Viper Room. But, they were like exploding in fame while he was managing the Viper Room.
I was buddies with a guy in Las Vegas who was James Caan's assistant while he was filming Las Vegas.
Oh, that had to be good.
Good times.
This is as good a time as any. So James Caan stayed at Caesar's Palace for free while he was shooting. They shoot, I don't know, a month at a time, probably, the TV show. But he gambled so much. They're like, Mr. Caan, don't get a house from the studio. Stay with us, which he did, and he gambled every night. So my buddy, Evan, is driving him back to Caesar's, and just like, Evan, come up and gamble with me. He's like, I can't. I don't have any money. No, just sit with me. You're good luck. You're good luck. Fine. All right, but but you got a call time of 7 a.m. That's fine. That's fine. He goes up and he sits next to him playing blackjack until 6 a.m. And he's like, and he called him Jimmy. He said, Jimmy, I got to go. I got to go home and take a shower. You got to be on set in an hour. All right, kid. Go ahead. Just pick me up here, in 45 minutes. Okay. Evan goes home. He makes the mistake of laying down. And he falls asleep.
Oh.
So these actors, all they have to do is be on time. When you're James Caan, all you have to do is be on set on time. You don't even have to know your lines. Just be there, right? Evan wakes up, calls Jimmy Caan. He's like, I'm sorry, I'm on my way. He picks him up at 7:30. They're supposed to be on set at 7 o'clock. James Caan's standing out in front of the valet, the pickup there at Caesar's. He's like, Evan, what the F? Let's go. I'm sorry. Drives him over to the set. 7:45 by the time they get there. Everything's lit. They're ready to go. People are standing around. And Evan's like, that's it. I'm fired. They're walking up, and the director's standing there. And he says, Jimmy, 7:45. It's 7 o'clock call time. Where you been? And Evan goes, here it is. That's where I go. He said, James Caan looks at the director. He said, where do you get the balls big enough to ask me where I've been? I'm James Caan. You are a second-rate director of a third-rate piece of crap TV show. You know what? Now I'm going to my trailer. How do you like that? And storms past him, and Evan scurries along after him and says, oh, my God, Jimmy, thanks. You didn't have to do that. And he goes, oh, F this guy and F this show. This whole thing sucks. I was in The Godfather, for Christ's sake. Can you believe what I have to put up with?
Good.
That was it. He kept his job.
Listen. And how much was he tipping him?
I don't know what his compensation was, but hell, you get to sit there, at a blackjack table with James Caan 5 nights a week. It probably wasn't a bad gig.
James Caan hung around the Playboy Mansion well past it being cool.
Because it was cool for a time.
In the 70s.
Yeah.
And then he got, maybe not even, whenever it was cool, then Hefner got married and kind of took it seriously. And then when one of his marriages stopped, it got kind of it was supposed to be cool again. And apparently the staff, it was still the staff from the 70s. So the staff was all dudes Hefner's age. And I heard a story of this guy. He's there, and they're like, they did things movie night, obviously, and they did Taco Tuesday, and so the guy's like, okay, and then all these old dudes come out with this stuff for tacos, and it's old El Paso tacos. Just at the Playboy Mansion.
On paper plates.
You might be right. Like it was the guy says he's like 6 people on his kitchen staff, and they were just making El Paso tacos. It was like so depressing, and everyone was old. Like you would think it was because everyone was Hefner's. They were the guys that had been there since the glory days.
Yeah,
and it was just really, really, really depressing. Apparently, and I've heard not that story, but I've heard the same thing about the Playboy Man. I guess it just makes me feel better because I never went. But the Playboy Mansion being not the place that you read about for several decades before the death of Hugh Hefner. By the way, you know Kendra's like in Playboy?
Yeah,
Yes.
like Playboy.com did an article about
Yes,
it.
I did see that.
So Playboy apparently is back. She's clothed and everything.
Yeah, but it's just like a.
But it's a nice thing. I mean, they did a thing
There's a
about
nice
her.
article. Yeah, good
I
job.
didn't see the article, but there you go. Because I won't go to smut. Go ahead. What's going on? We've given you enough James Caan for one day. That's all you're getting.
No such thing. Wallach has mentioned this before. Red Sox still alive, especially after last night, especially after Rob Refsnyder.
Swing and a drive. That's deep to center field. Way back there. She is gone. Home run, Rob Refsnyder. He crushed that ball into the center field.
Why gender?
He has had a couple.
Why does he have to put a gender on the ball? She's gone?
That ball into the center field seats.
I don't like
he
that.
has had a couple of great swings already here tonight, and the Red Sox lead it 3-1.
I would appreciate it if he didn't even say he put a great swing on that. I would appreciate it if they just used no pronouns whatsoever.
It.
No, that person. That person.
You can't say it. That's worse than anything.
All right, so that home run was nice. What,
See, the ball.
Mr. O'Neill, do you have anything for us?
Oh, give the high drive to left field. It is way into the night, and this ball is gone. And the Red Sox go back-to-back against Povich and Baltimore. Well, just a couple of days ago, he ripped 2. Give him 28.
There you go. Thank you to Nesson for that. And Rob Refsnyder would go on to hit another home run to make it 11-3. And then O'Neill again.
Swing and a drive by O'Neill. He got himself another one. And they go back-to-back for the second time tonight. Refsnyder and O'Neill. What a lovely sound that is. And the Red Sox are blowing out the Orioles in Game 1. Number 29 for T.O. He teed off.
12-3 the final. And the Red Sox, I will say it again, not dead yet.
Yeah, they're not. I would be very, very concerned about Detroit.
Detroit
if it's
and
going to
Seattle
really come down to that.
Yeah, Detroit and Seattle are tied with the Red Sox. All 3 teams are 3 games out of a playoff spot. There's actually one big series coming up. Minnesota, the team they're chasing, comes here for a 3-game series a week from Friday.
Okay, because the Tigers finish with Colorado.
Yeah.
Then they have Baltimore, Kansas City, Baltimore, which is hard, but they finish up at home versus Tampa Bay and at home versus the White Sox.
The Red Sox have 2 more with Baltimore, and then they go to Yankee Stadium for 4.
Yeah, so if I'm in Detroit and the Red Sox beat me out, given their schedule and the Tigers' schedule, I'm a little upset about things. That I'm upset about. You're finishing up with 2 teams with nothing to play for, and you're at home. Come on. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
You got arguably the best pitcher in baseball.
Rob Refsnyder, by the way, the card-carrying overachiever this year. He has, after those 2 he hit last night, he has 11 home runs, which represents about half of his career total.
Good.
All in one season.
And then how many games until O'Neill gets hurt again?
I don't know.
Because he insists on lifting weights every day, all day.
He's this year's Hunter Renfroe, who came out of nowhere. They got
He
him.
didn't come out. Tyler O'Neill's a good baseball player. He just gets hurt.
He's been hurt a lot. He doesn't produce a lot because he's always on the injured list. And here he's about to hit 30 home runs for the Red Sox. Renfroe, while not hurt a lot, still didn't produce a ton. came here, had a lot of homers, parlayed that into a contract somewhere else.
Yeah.
That's my point. That's the comparison.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, Tyler O'Neill's a good baseball player. He's just going to get hurt constantly.
Great defensive player, very vascular, Tyler O'Neill.
Yeah, he insists on being that big. I don't know why. I don't know what his deal is with that.
It's not baseball players are not built to be muscle heads.
Yeah, you're not supposed to play 162 of anything and be that big.
No, not necessary.
Great
So,
yeah.
middle game of the set for the Red Sox and Orioles tonight, and no Thursday off. They begin a 4-game set in New York starting on Thursday.
Oh, I wonder if they'll talk about that on the national radio. They tend to like their Yankees.
I hope that game on Sunday is Sunday night. That'd be awesome. Oh, it's not.
No.
Biggest upset of the year. A Red Sox-Yankee game not on Sunday night.
1:35 first pitch on Sunday.
Oh, well, I'll be watching.
Yeah, everybody. No one's watching football.
No, there's nothing up against it.
Sunday, September 15th.
Okay, real quick, because we're running late. Do you guys know when the U.S. Open men's final came on? Do you guys know?
10 a.m.?
2:30 on Sunday.
Oh, God.
Oh, perfect.
So not only are we going up against the 1 o'clock, let's go up against both the 1s and the 4s.
I actually think the match might have been over by 4. It happened
And
that
you
fast.
can schedule that match whenever you want.
Yes, you can schedule it whenever you want, and that's what they chose to do. All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
big upset win in Cincinnati last weekend. The players have today off. They're back at practice tomorrow. They'll play their home opener against Seattle this coming Sunday. Patriots have opened as a 3.5-point underdog at home. San Francisco scored points on 8 straight possessions. They scored a 32-19 win over the Jets on Monday Night Football. Christian McCaffrey was a surprise inactive for the 49ers, but Brock Purdy saw Jordan Mason run for 147 yards and a touchdown in his place.
In the league at running back and what he does. I'm not taking anything away from that. But I think JP did a good job of coming in and filling his void and doing his job to allow other guys to get open and allow us to run our offense.
Aaron Rodgers was held to 167 yards passing, 1 touchdown and 1 interception in his first full game with the team. Giants head coach Brian Daboll said yesterday Daniel Jones is still a starting quarterback. This despite an ugly loss on Sunday. Rams wideout Puka Nacua placed on injured reserve after re-aggravating a knee injury, and Deshaun Watson has been accused of sexual assault again via a civil lawsuit by a woman in connection with an alleged incident in October of 2020. And the Red Sox scored a 12-3 win in Baltimore over Baltimore at Fenway Park in the opener of a 3-game series. Rob Refsnyder and Tyler O'Neill both hit 2 home runs. The Sox, Seattle, and Detroit, all 3 games behind Minnesota for the final playoff spot in the American League. The Sox play Baltimore again tonight. Rich Hill yesterday released after the team designated him for assignment. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the DeMoore McKim School of Business at Northeastern University, where you'll prepare to lead with impact through transformative experiences. Connect with them for an admissions event at northeastern.edu/business events. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
Here we go.
Boom. I win.
Kaboom.
Yeah.
It's a buddy.
We've got a passion for Boston sports.
Get angry.
98.5 The Sports Hub. Dutcher and Hardy, the reviews are in.
I got to stay on and talk about you. Give me about 5 minutes of my time.
Hear what he said. Now more of on the Sports Hub.
Cause we're still here now. Yeah, we're still here now. We're still basic
I'm not trying to waste this. Took a long time. Crime. I got my mom, she passed away. My dad ain't alive. Before I've been fudge, I'd wait for more time. All right, we are Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel, and you can watch us on YouTube, where Hardy is on there playing their audio over the air and conversing with you like there's no tomorrow.
I only played the audio a couple of times.
Okay, so everyone knows now Tyreek Hill was cuffed and put on the ground and cuffed before on his way into Hard Rock Stadium on Sunday before the Dolphins game, where he had a very good game. And our only memory of someone that happening to was when Scotty Scheffler completely flaunted his status as a golfer and really acted like he was above the law on his way into the U.S. Open. Or was it the PGA?
It was the PGA Championship at Valhalla.
Yeah, he was in Louisville, and he was like, oh, you stupid hick cops, you don't know anything. And he's like, I got an AK, and it's registered, and there's nothing you can do about it. And they were like, sir, please stop. And he's like, I'm a effing, who the F do you think you are? And then he maced them. And then they finally, after a long time, had to cuff him. And then he was like, I'll kill all of you.
Right.
And then so they had to arrest him and put him in jail. And so a lot of people were like, I wonder what Tyreek Hill did. I wonder if he pulled the Scheffler and really forced the hand of the police. And there's body cam footage now.
Yes. So this was the one of the differences, I guess. But there are so many similarities between the Scheffler case and now Tyreek Hill. One of the differences, though, the body cam footage from Scheffler didn't see the light of day. We saw other videos, and we saw other people recording it.
It was NSFW, the Scheffler, because of
of
all the
Scheffler,
racism.
Because of the racism and the nudity.
Well, yeah, he just whipped it out, and he's like, what are you going to do with this?
Yeah, right.
He said, let's measure them. And they were like, "Sir, please put that away." And he's like, "I'm Scotty Scheffler, and I got the club in my pants."
And do you want to see a 9-iron? Boom.
Hey.
But no, body cam footage from the I don't know if arresting officer is the proper terminology because I don't know that Tyreek Hill was ever under arrest.
Yeah, the first camera footage I believe that you're going to play is from the guy on the motorcycle that pulled them over.
Yes, so we're going to pick it up after the body cam footage from the officer. He's sitting there, and you see Tyreek Hill's car go by in the opposite direction. Now, what is first telling about this is that the car goes by, the officer does a U-turn through, they've got the orange barrels set up, it's game day, they've got the traffic divided, and the officer has to pass 7 cars to get to Tyreek Hill. So let's not make a mistake about it. He was driving faster than anybody else. Was he speeding? Was it reckless? Can't tell from that video, but he's got to get through a bunch of cars who don't seem to all just be pulling over because there's a motorcycle cop behind him. Tyreek Hill is making his way through traffic at a pretty decent clip. So this is when he gets up to Tyreek Hill's window, and this is where our audio of this body cam footage picks up.
Officer speeding! Move forward. Yeah, we got him here. 26 Club. Hey, don't knock on my window like that, man. Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Don't knock on my window. Why don't you have your seatbelt on?
All right, so at this point, it's an idiotic conversation. Tyreek Hill is saying, "Don't knock on my window," and he's saying, "Why don't you have your seatbelt on?" It's two morons going back and forth at this point. Like nothing is getting done except they're just out-dumbing each other. Don't knock on my window. Well, F you. Why is your seatbelt not on? F you. So we're at a stalemate of FUs, and no one's budging.
Don't knock on my window. Why don't you have your seatbelt on? I want a burrito. I prefer baseball. Like what?
It's just two morons going back and forth at this point.
Like what? Don't knock on my window like why you have it up? Don't knock.
Because I have the air conditioning on.
Wait, why are you what?
Listen to what he
said. What? Don't knock on my window like why you have it up?
Why do you have it up? Why do you have your window up? Because I tend to drive with the windows up. It saves its fuel economy.
I don't know. Not two Mensa members, I will tell you that.
Don't knock on my window like that. Why you have it up? I have to knock to let you know I'm here. That way you can lower it and talk to you. Just get my ticket, bro, so I can go. I'm gonna be late.
Okay, stop, because I told you guys this. This is the situation I've been in. I drove one time with my mom from college, from Orlando to Detroit, 18 hours straight without stopping to get gas and go to the bathroom. So we pull off the road onto the road off the freeway that leads to my house. So I'm literally like a mile from my house, and I get pulled over, and I'm like delirious, and I'm telling the cop, "Just give me the ticket. Just give me the ticket. Just give me the ticket." And he's like, "Do you know what you're doing?" I'm like, "Yep, sure, everything. Just give me the ticket."
Yeah.
And it was like pissing him off, which I don't understand. Just give me the ticket.
Maybe
like no one's fighting it. I'm sorry that I'm not being rude. Just give me the ticket.
He wanted to visit a little bit.
Yeah, I just like it's that. Look, and I love the police. They've been very kind to me here. They're wonderful people, especially the Newton cops. I love them all, and they haven't done this to me. But I don't know the need to have the conversation. Like if you're going to give a citation, give the citation. It says what the citation is on the ticket. Like, why do we have to screw around here? If you're in the car, like, looking me up and stuff, that's different. But standing here, my hands are on the wheel, like, I don't know. Are they trying to find out if you're drunk or something? I don't know.
Here's my question for you, Fred. Knowing that you make your 80-plus-year-old parents come to the airport to pick you up at 11:30 at night when you visit them in Tennessee, did you, in college, make your mother drive down to Florida solo, pick you up, and then drive you home?
Well, no, because that's not true, because there was a restaurant I liked in St. Louis. So I would say, go to St. Louis and pick me up some ribs,
but then
and some fried raviolis, and then drive down to Orlando.
But quickly down to Orlando so it doesn't get cold.
Oh yeah. I mean, like, come on, woman.
Okay.
Jesus, Mom.
Carmen, standing on you were at the restaurant 12 hours ago. What are you doing?
But to be honest with you, my mom or dad would fly down because I didn't want to drive back by myself. That is true. So that's why I told you when you said you were driving across country by yourself, I'm like, how the hell did you do that?
I've done it multiple times.
I would go insane. I have a friend who showed up at Rollins after driving from Detroit, covered in those rub-on tattoo. No, seriously, it's almost as bad. He pulled up this. You're gonna go, Fred, you're lying. Fred, you're lying. It's true. He pulled up he was on the baseball team. He pulled up to the baseball field, and he was trying to be funny, but it really wasn't. He had stopped at a bunch of truck stops and put those iron-on whatever tattoos on. He was in his underwear with just those tattoos all over his body, and he was like, ah! I think that's when they still sold white crosses at the truck stop. So he was like all sped up. Like he had been in the car so long by himself, he lost his effing mind. And that's what would happen to me. I would end up just losing my mind. I can't be in my mind for that long. Like I couldn't do it by myself. I'm too much of a pussy. So yes, my mother or father would fly down, and then I would have someone drive back with me. That is true.
When I was in East Lansing, our program director was from San Diego. He convinced an old buddy of his, also from San Diego, to move to East Lansing to do the morning show. So this guy, on every drug imaginable, I'm sure, drove from San Diego to East Lansing and then stopped and started calling the PD, Sandy. Like, where are you guys? Where are you guys? And Sandy was messing with him, telling him, it's like, oh, just go to the one bar at this place. He's like, dude, I just drove here from San Diego. And he's all wired and stuff. He's like, no, just come to the bar downtown and meet us there. It'll be great. It'll be great. He messed with him about 5 minutes too long. You know what the guy did? Turned around and drove back to San Diego and never, ever showed. He just left. He drove from San Diego to East Lansing, got messed with on the phone for 5 minutes, and then left. Did not take the job. Went back to San Diego.
I can't imagine pulling into East Lansing and going, I don't want to live here as an adult. It's really shocking.
All right, let's continue with these two geniuses having their debate.
This wonderful debate.
Don't knock on my window like that.
Why you have it up? I have to knock to let you know I'm here. That way you can lower it and talk to you.
Just get my ticket, bro, so I can go. I'm finna be late, gang. Do what you gotta do.
Keep it down.
All right, so now what happens is Tyreek Hill does put his window back up.
He puts the window back up, and that really pisses off the cop.
Which you can understand. And also, they're tinted windows, so I will give the police officer this. They're tinted windows.
I wouldn't like that either.
Well, no, because I don't know if you have a gun in there.
Exactly
like that's
right.
the thing is
exactly
that
right.
like you really can't do that. The debates. There's no debate because if I'm an officer and I pull someone over, my main concern is that they're armed and that they're going to do something to me.
Right.
So I have to know. That's why you put your hands on the wheel when they pull you over.
He's got to see your hands.
And then when they ask for
yes.
license and registration, then you pull it out.
Yep.
Because they want to see your hands. And so Tyreek Hill does screw up to a point where the cop has to do something at this point. I will say that.
Keep your window down. Hey. Keep your window down. Keep your window down. I'm going to get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car. Get out of the car.
All right, so this is where
it turns.
This is where it turns. Yeah. And so, like, he's got to get him to do it. And so even if you get him out of the car, because I've been taken out of the car before, even if you get taken out of the car, which I do understand why he did it, like, you can say put your hands on the hood or, stand in back of the car. But this is where, and I don't blame the cop for any of this. And I think police officers would agree that he's being, and it's not just because he's being a dick, it's because it's dangerous.
Uncooperative.
Yeah, but beyond that, like, it's also like, I'm afraid, like, this dude could have a gun on him. And who knows if he did. I mean, I could have a registered gun on him. It doesn't matter. So anyway, so he pulls him out of the car, which I understand. And then here's where things get a little overzealous.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now. We're not playing this game. Get out. Get out. Get out.
Get out. Get out. Damn. What part of the don't you understand? Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, Drew.
So he's on the phone with Drew Rosenhaus. It was originally reported that Drew was in the car with him.
I read the same thing.
So he's obviously on the phone with Drew, and get out of the car. As soon as the door opens, he drags him out of the car.
How many interactions do you think Drew Rosenhaus has had with the Miami Police Department?
I thought you were going to say, how many phone calls has he had with Tyreek Hill that have gone exactly like this?
Where is Drew Rosenhaus based?
He's based in Miami. He is.
How did he start his business?
By becoming the agent of dozens of Hurricanes players.
Yeah, during the era of what?
Yeah.
During the era of what did they call the Notre Dame
collegiate football, where
Jimmy
athletes...
Johnson, Larry Coker, take your pick.
Yeah, when they played when they played Notre Dame, they had some name for the
Catholics
Christians
versus
the
convicts.
Convicts. Yes. I mean, so Drew Rosenhaus, I believe, probably has a pipeline, and so Tyreek Hill most likely called Rosenhaus while he was after he got pulled over, saying like, "Hey, this is going on. Like, call your guy to get me out of this." Dude, there we go.
I'm getting arrested. I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting out, bro. God damn, twin. When we tell you to do something, you do it. You understand? I'm getting out. You understand? Not what you want, but what we tell you. You're a little confused.
I'm getting out, bro.
Too late. Too late.
All right, bro. Take me to jail, bro. Do what you got to do, bro.
We are. We will.
Good, bro.
It is good.
Hey, Drew, hey.
Don't worry about it. I hang up the phone. Stop crying.
Bro. Y'all.
Don't move.
Good.
Well, he's certainly not crying.
He's not crying.
He's actually handling it quite well. For some, he must know he's being taped.
I hate Tyreek Hill, but he's being pretty. I'm not saying that he's doing all the right things,
agreeable.
But
he's been there before.
He's you know what I was gonna say. He's being pretty cool, but no, he's acting like a guy who hasn't been,
No, he's acting like he's been there before. It's like Barry Sanders after he scored a touchdown. He just flipped the ball around.
But you beating on my window like you crazy.
Hey, don't park there. Don't park there.
All right, so now this is Calais Campbell.
Correct.
He pulls over because he sees Tyreek Hill. They're in front of Hard Rock Stadium. So he sees Tyreek Hill getting on the ground being cuffed and then being picked up being cuffed. So he gets out of the car to see what's happening with his friend.
Hold on, bro. I just had surgery on my knee. I just had surgery on my knee, bro. I just had surgery on my knee, bro.
I just surgery in your ears when we told you to put your window down.
Yeah, now it's like, all right, dude. Like, he got him down, and he's cuffed and everything. Like, relax. Relax.
I'm telling you, go back. I don't have to talk to you. Go back.
This is Calais Campbell again.
Yeah,
Go back. Go back. Wait. Pass our card. Pass our card. You want to be in handcuffs too? All right, then back off. We're not playing this game here, man.
Well, I just want to know what happened.
It's not your business. It's not your business. Keep going back. Hey, get back in your car before you get a ticket. Get back in your car and leave. You gotta go before you get a ticket.
I'm not driving.
Who's the driver?
This is my car.
All right, move. You gotta move right now. Let me have your license. You get a ticket too.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
I mean, like, everyone's getting a ticket.
It's just monotonous over and over the same thing.
License? You're not gonna give me your license?
I'm leaving.
Let me have your
I'm
license.
leaving,
Your
man.
license right now.
Sir, you want me
Hey, your license right now.
I'm leaving.
Or I'm gonna lock you up. Your license right now.
He just told me to.
Your license right now. You're dealing with me now.
Sir.
Your license right now. We're not playing this game here, man.
All right. They're not playing this game.
No.
Yeah.
And so then they cuff Calais Campbell for no
Campbell,
reason.
the NFL's Man of the Year recently.
No, they cuff him for no reason.
Yeah.
And look, Calais Campbell, they're saying get back, so he's getting back. And then they go get in the car, and she goes, all right, and he starts getting back in the car, and then then another cop goes, let me see your license. And he's like, I'm getting in the car, I'm doing what the guy said. And then the guy's like, we're not playing this game, give me your license. So Calais Campbell's like, I'm getting in the car, which I think we all would do. Like, all right, like, this is over.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing what you guys said. I'm leaving. And then this guy's insisting that and then they cuff him for no reason. They cuff Calais Campbell for no reason.
Correct.
Like, he's cooperating. And there's, his hands are out of his pockets. He's like just walking around. He's cooperating, and they cuff him for no reason. So this guy, it really is like a hard on. Like, I think that he's gotten so excited about cuffing Tyreek Hill that now he just wants to cuff everyone. Like he's having the time of his life. This he wants to do is cuff everyone.
But Tyreek, I mean, he maintained his energy level throughout.
I just heard you in your ears when we go there. Chill, bro. Chill, bro. Hey, Joe New, bro.
Back up.
Hey, call through.
Back up right now. Back up.
It's just it goes on for about 30 minutes. He got pulled over at 10:18. I don't think they were. It was about 30 minutes before Tyreek Hill and Calais Campbell were like uncuffed and released.
And I would be interested. I'm not positive, but what Calais Campbell's charges would be. Like, if he got a ticket, what the ticket would be for.
Disobeying a lawful command.
Loitering? Honestly, what else is there?
Well, I didn't disobey you. I got out to see what was happening to my teammate and my friend.
I'm giving you a lawful command, and he didn't go back.
But he was getting 2 different lawful commands.
Just like Scotty Scheffler. Finally, you see.
No. Scheffler was peeing all over the place. He was drunk as a skunk. You know what he did.
This one doesn't have the same
white power this.
This one doesn't have the same
proud boy
as Scheffler because Scheffler happened in real time in front of you.
But
you had the chance to react to it.
I know he doesn't even. He's over the Scheffler. He didn't defend him anymore, so it's not as fun. But I'll tell you, Tyreek Hill, he handled that well. He's like, yeah, arrest me. He's like, stop crying. He's like, I'm not crying. Arrest me. Give me the ticket. Do what you got to do. So I think he came off well. But roll down your window. Yeah. Because there's the problem. Because in all seriousness, the police officer doesn't know if you got a gun or not. They're pulling you over. They don't know what's going on.
You know how the whole thing would have been avoided, honestly? Well, obviously not speeding, but roll down your window and just have it rolled down when he walks up to you.
Or don't roll it back up. And then for the police officer, if you're going to take him out of the car, I understand it. But even if you cuff him, like you put him down on the ground and everything, like it was a lot.
But he was first irked by obviously the speeding, but having to come up and tap on the window.
No. I don't think that's the issue.
I think it's part of it. You walk up to a tinted window like that, he's on edge.
But you're on edge. But you knock on the window, he rolls the window down, and then he's being obstinate, but the cop's still not going to take him out of the car. And then when he rolls the window back up, then I don't know what you're doing. And that's when I got to open the car door and take you out of the car. That I understand. The Tyreek Hill taking him out of the car part, I understand. Calais Campbell part, I don't understand at all. That's just the guy all hopped up wanting to cuff everyone.
Right.
And they cuff someone else, right? But it's not on body cam.
Yeah, I mean, isn't the police officer's job to de-escalate the situation?
Yeah, but the Tyreek Hill stuff's like borderline. And
No, but I understand. But
the Calais Campbell thing, like, I have no idea.
All of a sudden, everyone's in handcuffs.
Everyone's getting handcuffed.
What is?
Yeah, it's not like a drug bust. Like
you have the alleged perpetrator on the ground in front of you. I think it should end there. No.
Yeah. I agree. All right. So there you go. It was interesting stuff. And when you first heard Tyreek Hill got arrested, you figured, oh, it's one of the million things he's done to get arrested. But it turns out he was just being a dick, and then he wasn't arrested. So there you go. Everyone looks bad. We'll be back in just a moment.
Toucher and Hardy, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
games. That to me is where I say that can be something that's consistent. That's something you'll see every week. The offense being efficient, I don't know if we're going to get that every single week. But the defense, that's something I feel like you could bank on that. That's real. Did they look like they missed Bill Belichick on defense yesterday? Not one bit.
Dulac and Bertrand, weekday mornings at 10 on the Sports Hub. In the office, in your car, in your footy pajamas, this is how Boston sports fans start their day.
I bet you're just jealous.
Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Oh, Pat Brown. Yeah, baby. Vandal.
Pat Brown, try to run the cops down. Pat Brown, ran into the ground. Pat Brown, try to run the cops down. Pat Brown.
Why don't you play some Jim Blossoms instead of this crap?
Patrick Edward Brown tried to run the cops down. Patrick Edward Brown tried to run the mother effing cops into the ground.
This lo-fi garage rock. Why don't you get some sweet, jangly Southwestern power pop going, but go deep. Go to the Up and Crumbling EP, you know?
Wow. That's
Kelly Richard.
That Pat Brown song by the Vandals is about a guy named Pat Brown that at the Cuckoo's Nest, a punk club in Huntington Beach, California, the cops tried to pull him over, and he sped over and tried to run him over. So they started shooting at his car, and it
Fake
turned
news. Didn't happen.
I didn't write it.
What doc is that in? That's in
a doc about Southern California punk, and then they show Pat Brown.
I watched that over the pandemic.
Yeah, it was on Amazon. By the way, when you talk now, it's very sultry. I watched that.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out this whole thing. I'll get there eventually.
You're like, yeah.
I can do this.
I watched it over the pandemic.
Hey,
I watched it over the pandemic.
You know what it is? It's I'm just champing at the bit to get them Al Cole bits on. So
all right, well, listen. If you can find new Al Cole stuff, I'll play it.
Get right on it.
A lot of it's very visual nowadays. All right, so we're gonna have the Manningcast. It was a disaster. And it's funny, it was considered a disaster by everyone except for the local sports writers. Guys I like, too. Like the guys who cover the Patriots on Twitter, because I was on Twitter a lot because I wanted to know what was going on with Sauce Gardner while he was not hurt but still out of the game. So I was looking at it, and like Christopher Price, who I love, was like, wow, like Belichick, you know, he's so insightful and everything. And then everywhere else I saw anything about the Manningcast was how terrible it was, and we'll get to that in a moment. But it is interesting, and we'll get to this later in the show, but Pat McAfee had Belichick on, and he had him on for a half an hour, and guess how many questions he asked about the Patriots?
Oh, God, it's got to be at least 10.
No, not even 5. The answer is 0.
What?
It's almost like it was mandated by Belichick not to talk about it. And don't give me he didn't want to talk about his ex-team because A, no, and B, he already has. He talked about Drake May.
At length.
When it was negative, he had no problem in the world talking about it. And so this is what I was getting to yesterday. This is a lot of fun for me because I can't stand Belichick, and this has got to be driving him insane. Now, listen, this team's not making the playoffs. This team's not, but they went to Cincinnati. They played harder than they played for him recently. They executed like a wet dream Bill Belichick game plan of not turning the ball over, winning all 3 phases of the game. They got the ball back in the fourth quarter with a lead and 3.5 minutes left. The other team had 3 timeouts, and they were able to run the clock out just by setting Stevenson up the middle. It had to destroy the man. It really did. Because I bet you anything that he thought that it would be a disaster, that he thought that they would go out there and be undisciplined without my defensive genius. You're never going to be able to stop Burrow and Chase. You're never going to be able to do any of this. And they went out and they did it. And even if it's just one game, it was the first one. And it's very interesting because Belichick is on all these dopey things, like he's going to get another head coaching job. That's
so,
hysterical.
Fred, we have all of the McAfee questions strung together.
Yeah, I know. Do you want to do it now?
Kind of.
All right.
Yeah, now that we're talking about it.
All right, so Jim Louth is here, which is very exciting because it was his idea. So why just tell you that Pat McAfee talked to Belichick for a long time without bringing up the Patriots? They must have been talking about really important stuff. Here, Edited together are all the questions the great Patrick McAfee, the total loser that got paid too much money by a bunch of dopes, asked stupid-ass Bill Belichick in their interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Belichick.
Pat, how you doing?
The Detroit Lions win a massive one. What should we take away from the rookie performance? Ebert has a question for you.
Yeah, a lot of quarterbacks. You mentioned, the overall offense.
Who's somebody that got you a couple times? Go ahead, AJ.
How much can you get done at halftime, and can you really kind of turn the
What should we take away from the rookie performances?
Jim Harbaugh said in the locker room after the Chargers
Do you think the crisis automatically makes everybody hyper-focused more? Connor has a question for you.
Your GM cap on. What do you think about the Dak contract?
The term game manager is like a slanderous term for a quarterback. It's like, why?
What would you do if you were a defensive coordinator facing Aaron Rodgers?
What was Ernie doing up there? Go ahead, AJ.
How does that feel as a coach?
Ladies and gentlemen, the GOAT, Bill Belichick. Thank you. All right, Coach. What a time.
What a time.
And so many things about that are hack. Announcing that a guy's got a question from John's got a question for you. Just have John ask the question, stupid. Read about the Pat McAfee show. It's doing terribly ratings-wise, but it's a hit online. Guess who doesn't own the online product? ESPN. So it's a
part
real hit
of
for
the
everyone.
deal is Pat McAfee owns his own program.
They gave him Pat McAfee, a good businessman.
Oh, spectacular!
Spectacular
ESPN could
businessman.
not have made a worse deal.
Oh, it is just atrocious. And he's a loser for Jagoffs, and I love every minute of it. And the best is when I first started saying this, the people that would fight back and go, "You're too old." Oh, no. The Disney Corporation hired a hard-on, and it has nothing to do with age. Pricks like that have existed since 1920. Don't get off of this. He sucks. He's a big spaz. He sucks. He's not funny. None of it's good.
And no instinct or any backbone to say if Bill Belichick or his people or someone came to him and said, "Look, you can't ask about the Patriots. You can't ask about Gerard Mayo and them getting a win in their first game without you." If you're McAfee and you have any credibility or just any sense of what's going to make a good show, at that point you say, well, then we're not talking to him.
No.
Or you ask him anyway.
You ask him anyway, which all of us have done. Maybe not John, but certainly Hardy and I have done that. If they say don't ask about it, maybe it's the first thing you ask. And Belichick's a pussy for not talking about it. McAfee's a pussy for not asking him. But why would McAfee? Because the reason he has his job is because he just had Aaron. What, do you think those Aaron Rodgers interviews were popular because he was Mike Wallace in them? That he was sitting there digging to the meat to the bone? No, he just shut up and let him talk. Aaron Rodgers talked for 5 hours if you just leave a microphone on.
But instead
so McAfee's instinct is get big guest, ask whatever the hell you want, and just let him talk, and then it will get online, and then we'll play it, and everyone will play it.
And if you're just killing time in the offseason, there's nothing wrong with asking about halftime adjustments being overrated or about a contract for a quarterback. That's fine. But there's actual news. Games have been played now. You can talk about the football. You can talk about the product. And specifically, you can talk about the New England Patriots with the guy who coached them to 6 Super Bowl victories.
It's the only thing that matters.
It's the only thing that's interesting.
It's the only thing that's interesting because you're not asking him for your audience to break down like the deficiencies in Carolina's defense because no one cares. It's not going to get into that. If Belichick hosted that old show that Ron Jaworski used to do with the telestrator.
Oh, yeah, it's Sunday morning at 8 a.m.
He would be the greatest ever at that boring show. But you can't do that on a show that's supposed to be popular with a lot of people.
How much can you get done at halftime?
How much can you get done at halftime? Ay. So much.
What should we take away from the rookie performances?
Just ask him about all the pregame meals he ate.
Do you have any rituals or superstitions?
How, the older you get, do you keep banging girls in their 20s?
Yeah.
I want to know. How do you find your car when you're confused on a ring cam on someone's porch? How do you find the smartest girl of Bridgewater State? All right, it's very exciting for everyone. All right, you hate it every time I say that. The Manningcast was on yesterday. We will talk about that in just a moment.
Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots players have today off. They host Seattle on Sunday. They'll be back at practice tomorrow. Week 1 of the NFL season ended last night with the San Francisco home win over the Jets, 32-19. The Red Sox somehow still in the playoff hunt. They beat Baltimore yesterday at Fenway Park 12-3. Rob Refsnyder and Tyler O'Neill hit back-to-back home runs twice in this game. Sox 3 games out of a playoff spot. They'll play Baltimore again tonight, and they also released 44-year-old lefty Rich Hill yesterday. Sports Hub headlines are powered by Oakers Technology, delivering the attention of a local team with the scale to be your single-source IT partner. Get future ready with Oakers Technologies, proud partner of your New England Patriots. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8 o'clock.
Stay tuned for more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Want a satisfying meal for... Here goes Hardy.
Dutcher and Hardy.
I no longer love things.
Let's go. Let's ride.
98.5.
Like, let's roll the dice.
The Sports Hub.
Oh boy, this is that stuff that Hardy likes. Is this There She Goes Again?
Yeah, but it's not the Laws original. It's the Boo Radley's cover. No,
Come on, Hardy, that was for
that
you,
was
man.
Allison Road. That's from New Miserable Experience.
You gotta. I know you're not used to playing beds on a superstar show.
Sure, go ahead.
You fade them out too quick.
Yeah, I know.
You got to fade them, and then if we're talking about, you push it back a little bit. You understand what I'm saying, Adam?
Yeah, I'll take care of that for you. I gotta get better.
This board in front of me.
Yeah.
You'd think it could do it, but it cannot.
That's okay. Mine can.
Yeah, this board right here that they put in, Hardy's right. It really pretty much has no point now. It did at one point in the old building.
Wait a minute. Hardy's
Victory.
month-long
Finally.
siege of
No,
this argument.
Years long.
The board that's in front of me in Brighton had a point. Like, it really did. Like, I needed it. And now, and I still would need it, but your stuff plays over the same pot. So, like, the pots are the level.
Well, maybe,
thing.
we need to reconfigure the board.
Oh,
and,
good.
and I think,
Yeah,
really,
we'll get
Fred,
right on that.
your board in Brighton, the biggest use of it was the day you were flipping out because there was something muted in your headphones, and you called an engineer in screaming to get the thing fixed. And the issue was the arm of your chair was pushed up against the talkback button, and that was what was causing things to be muted in your headphones. And you went on a tirade about how the world was ending and you were going to quit unless someone got in there and fixed this horrible radio station. And they went in and moved your chair 1/8 of an inch.
Why were they the same level as the mute button? I mean, you could ask yourself
This
that.
whole place sucks. I'm gonna quit this mother ever. I hate everybody. You suck. This whole thing sucks.
The audience was like eating it up. They were like, I've been there. Stupid chair. They got it. They knew where I was coming from. All right, well, if we can do one here and then we'll do some stuff later. But this
Manningcast.
The Manningcast is not something that I consume anymore, or really never have, on the account of a football game is going on without anyone talking over it on the other channel.
On a full screen.
Yeah.
Without the sidebar.
And I like both Manning brothers, and I think Peyton Manning, because I know I've just been crapping all over everybody, but Peyton Manning, out of all these ex-athletes, is the best at all of this.
Oh, my issue has nothing to do with, and in this case, either Manning or even Bill Belichick.
No, it's Peyton Manning is really good at all this stuff. He's created like a cottage industry. They're even taking his ideas locally and doing it during Patriots games and Red Sox games.
Yep.
Like it's an idea that makes sense. But I mean, not to me, because I just won't watch the game if I'm not interested enough in watching it. But I get it. Last night I didn't watch any of this because I was interested in the game and very shocked by what happened. It was very surprising to me that the Jets crapped themselves. It's like almost like I've seen it before. All right, so expectations not being met. Oh, that's every year. All right, so yesterday. Now, what are we starting with here? Because there's 3 guests on yesterday. Which one are we going to here?
3 guests on the Manningcast?
Yeah. There was Belichick, then Sandler, then someone else.
No, this is just an example of what the Manningcast is like with Eli, Peyton, and Bill.
Okay.
Just talking ball, right?
All right, so the game is going on in the background, if you don't know, and there's 3 boxes.
Oh, they're all in the same place, though, right?
Well, this is the issue, John. This is a Zoom call. Let's just call it what it is. So I don't know about you. I hate Zoom. I hate Skype. I hate doing it. And what I hate even more, I have found out from the Manningcast and things like it, is I hate even more watching someone else do a Zoom or a Skype
so
call.
So this all went real smoothly.
Because it sounds like this. Because it sounds like this.
Talk to Salah.
Yeah, you know that first third down play, or that third down play that they hit Wilson on in man coverage. I think that third down play to hit Wilson on in man coverage is gonna slow down the 49ers playing man-to-man. I think they got him on that, and they're going to chase him back into their zone.
Eli, you were saying Salah
It's going to be
these
Hall,
past couple
Wilson.
weeks.
Yeah.
Jesus.
But if you're going to put something on national television, can't you just make everyone be at the same
F
place?
You want me to watch this low-rent BS, sorry excuse for a TV show, ESPN or anyone else? F you, I'm not watching it. You want to do a TV show? Do a TV show.
Yeah.
They won't come to the same place, then you don't have a TV show.
Exactly. That's exactly it. Like, and especially Peyton and Eli should be in the same place, at least. And if you want to take a shot at bringing in a guest via Zoom, a guest, like your host got to be in the same place. I understand COVID happened and everyone loves not leaving the house, but there has to come a point where the default, not all the time, but the default setting for these broadcasts has to be the people are in the same studio. Or one guy's on the field with a professional camera crew and audio operators and guys in a truck and not at his home with his PC open. PC? Is that still a term? With his calculator all typed up. But no, someone with a legit professional operation happening. It's too much.
Eli, you were saying Salah these past couple weeks.
Okay, how much do you think they're paying those Manning brothers for this? Like get up and go somewhere else. Build the studio in Peyton's house. But Eli, you got to go there as the weaker of the two.
Once a week, you got to fly over there and you got to do it.
Yeah, you got to hang out with your brother. You got to hang over there, and then we'll bring the crew to you. Like we'll bring a crew there.
Yes.
We'll set up a professional studio in one of the rooms, like a real one.
Right.
And we'll have a crew and a mixing board and whatever the hell else they use
Instead
in television.
of the two of you in that stupid A.J. Hawk one shot, just staring at, not quite looking into the camera because they're looking at something else above it.
Hey, Bill, one sec. Eli, you were saying Salah felt like these past few weeks.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, it's like you can't even listen to it to make fun of it. It's so bad.
All right, so what about some of this third down analysis from Bill Belichick? Is this worth it?
Hey, Bill, so if you're the 49ers, do you try to disguise here when Aaron's in the no huddle?
Can I ask you a question real quick? What's up with the crowd noise?
It's the mix. The mix is a little off.
Yeah, I mean, I watched the game last night.
It's
It
like
didn't
you're
sound
there.
like it didn't sound like there was someone in my ear the whole game.
It's like they're there, Fred. They're part of it.
Oh, that's it. That's it.
No, I think it's more of a mistake than anything else.
What if he
When Aaron's in the no huddle, so he
It's
doesn't
the
know
field
the defense
mic.
that you're in?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Stop. I'm
That's
sorry to
what it
keep
is.
interrupting. We'll get back to it later because we got a break. But that, you know what it is John's right. It's the field mic because they're not using the broadcast
Yes.
feed because they don't want Aikman and Buck on it.
So they're getting a
So they're
separate
getting-
feed of the field
Yes,
mic. Yeah.
They're getting a field mic.
Yeah. What is ESPN spending their money on? Honest to God, we just got through talking about McAfee, and now there's this. And these are two programs that are like foundational for this network.
Both Mannings, I'm just being told, get paid $12 to $18 million to do
Jesus
this.
God.
And they don't do every game. Like, they can't fly to the same place. They'll put a studio in your house. Like, but you need a producer there and an engineer there and cameramen. Like, you could even do the cameras maybe by remote.
Yeah.
But you need people there.
Right. You spend $1 million less on each Manning, and you build a studio, and you pay people to go places.
Or you pay them the same money, and then you make a watchable and listenable product. And you don't have a field mic and a guy running the sound that can't seem to move the crowd noise down. And that would have helped with the lag, too, by the way, because they could hear each other.
Absolutely. I would try to make everything look the same as much as possible. You're not going to fool this guy. Like right on it. First down. Next play.
All right.
No, it's a good show.
It's
a good show.
Just get to the same place. It's enough. Like the experiment's failing. COVID happened, and now let's get back in the room together. We need that. We need fellowship and community. Let's go. Let's
It's more
get it
about
together.
the fellowship than it is a watchable TV product. It's about human interaction.
Humans need to be in the same room together to get to if one of us is on location, the show is doable and it can still be a good show, but the chances are where it's more likely to be a better show if we're in the same room together. That's the way it goes. That's why AJ Hawk is just a stone statue during McAfee. Now, why can't Hawk go to wherever the hell they do the Pat
Where
McAfee
is
show?
AJ Hawk? Why?
Where's Pat McAfee? Where's everyone?
Well, at least they got the guy with the cowboy hat in that room with him. That's important.
Yeah, they've got like ironic haircuts. It's a lot of fun. All right, we'll be right back. Andrew Callahan is here. He's going to be here for an hour. The Patriots won, so it should be exciting. Plus, tomorrow at 8 o'clock, we debut a segment that everyone loves. And if you haven't heard it before, oh, you will. We'll have that for you in just a moment.
WBC FM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots will play Seattle this coming Sunday in the team's home opener. The Patriots are 1-0 following an upset win in Cincinnati last weekend, and the players have today off. They'll hold their first practice of the week tomorrow. Last night, San Francisco yards and a touchdown from Jordan Mason and 6 field goals from Jake Moody. They beat the Jets 32-19 out west. Aaron Rodgers held to 167 yards passing, 1 touchdown and 1 interception. In other NFL news, Deshaun Watson is the subject of yet another civil lawsuit. This one charges him with sexual assault. The woman says Watson forced himself on her in her apartment almost 4 years ago. Also, Rams wideout Puka Nacua will miss at least the next 4 games after re-aggravating a knee injury last weekend. And in baseball news, the Red Sox blew out Baltimore at Fenway Park last night.
Swing and a drive, that's deep to center field. Way back there, she is gone. Home run, Rob Refsnyder. He crushed that ball into the center field seats. He has had a couple of great swings already here tonight, and the Red Sox lead it 3-1.
That's Dave O'Brien on Nesson. It's the beginning of a 2-homer, 5 RBI night for Rob Refsnyder and a 12-3 win over the Orioles. Sox now only 3 games out of a playoff spot. They pitch Cutter Crawford against Baltimore tonight, and yesterday the Sox released 44-year-old lefty Rich Hill. He was designated for assignment on Friday. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Boston Bone and Joint Institute, formerly Boston Sports and Shoulder Center, providing exceptional orthopedic care in Boston, Dedham, Waltham, Westboro, and Woburn. Book your appointment online at bbji.com. I'm John Wallach at Boston Toll for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8:30.
No matter where you go, you're always connected to Boston sports with the 98.5 The Sports Hub app. Download it wherever you get your apps today. Half toucher.
Dressed like a gorilla.
Half Hardy.
A big, beautiful ball of flame.
And a whole lot of Boston sports.
And I have had many offers to become an insider.
Sports Hub.
Bob Sosi with Scott Zolak. Today we are back for season number 12. It's a new era for this New England Patriots franchise.
Brissetta takes the snap. He's going to go to the 20, to the 15.
First and goal to go.
And Ramondre takes it in. Touchdown! Impeccable decision-making with the throws.
Burrow takes the snap, drops back, throw to the middle, and it's caught by the tie. Team moves. And it's scooped up by the Patriots.
Go! This is great hustle by Duggar. Big play.
And again, Ramondre Stevenson, the single back behind Jacoby Brissett.
Starts right, cuts it back to the inside, and he's going to nearly slip away from a defender, but he picks up a first down nonetheless.
Put him in bubble wrap. See you next Sunday with Seattle at home.
Today, a well-managed game by Mayo with his staff as Brissett takes the knee for the final time, and it's a 16-10 victory in Cincinnati over the Bengals.
It's a great start for everybody. Good start for us. We go back home 1-0 for the home opener. That's a hell of a job.
Next time, 5 minutes longer. And much more dramatic.
That's veiled.
It's week 1.
Others haven't been veiled. That's veiled.
Not just for championships, but every win. Got it. Nah.
What about a loss? What about a week 5 loss?
Then you, for some reason, played the same thing at the opening of the show that no one gets but you. All right, here's the deal. Andrew Callahan is here. Oh, by the way, I got to say this before we get to the great Andrew Callahan. Tomorrow at this time, debuts a favorite segment. A lot of people say, oh, the BCN show, the BCN show was the best. Well, you weren't listening to it. Not enough of you, or it would still be the WBCN radio station. As much as all of you apparently like that show so much, none of you were listening. But nonetheless, we had Crash on, Crash Clark from the old show and from the beginning of our Sports Hub show, one of my best friends in the world. We had him on to talk about Disney like a couple weeks ago, and we didn't even get to Disney because he was talking about his failed marriages and everything like that. And he is doing TV traffic in Atlanta, so he's got to be like super happy and like really like gregarious and everything. And I think he's got an itch to get back to like his true personality, or at least a part of his personality. So Ask Crash will be back, his weekly segment at 8 o'clock tomorrow. And Nicholas, keep an eye on at Toucher and Hardy and at Fred Toucher. We will have the email address to get in touch with Cratchy. We'll pick a few of those out, and he will answer them live on the air every Wednesday. So that should be exciting. Now, who we will have on every Tuesday during the football season is our boy Andrew Callahan from the Boston Herald. And this is good because a unexpected win. Did you enjoy Cincinnati?
I did. I really did.
Did you go to Northern Kentucky where they have they allow the women to get fully nude?
I was in Northern Kentucky. Can't confirm that. I can confirm I stayed, I think, in the most densely populated block or two of fast food. We had 10 different places within a 2-minute walk. From
Okay, so what did you indulge in?
Chipotle.
That's
Which
it?
go to every time. Yeah.
Okay.
We did try Waffle House, but this was the first Waffle House I had ever seen, which was takeout only. This was after the game, or I think we were close to midnight when we popped in.
All right.
Limited menu.
Okay.
Security guard outside. Not
Waffle
kind
House,
of my jam.
When people speak of Waffle House fondly, and then you remember, I would remember it fondly, and then I remember I took Wallach there in Atlanta, and I took my kids there in Tennessee. The only problem was I was sober during these times. And then I realized this isn't very good at all.
He mentioned that the second we sat down because we were done with the show at the convention center, walk back across Millennium Park, and there's a Waffle House right up the street from our hotel. We sit down, it's 11 in the morning?
Yeah.
And Fred, the very first thing Fred says is, man, this thing looks different. I'm never here when the sun is up. I'm always drunk. I'm always drunk when I'm here. This is way different than
it
I
was the
remember.
place that you and your friends would go at like 4:30 in the morning because bars closed at 4.
Right.
So I have these really fun. I mean, there are nights I didn't get laid, which were so 99.9% of nights that we would go to a Waffle House.
That's right.
But I still remember them very fondly, like seeing the sun come up and being like, oh wow, like we've been out all night, and then turning some more tricks to get my fix to put me to sleep. I mean, I was hustling. A cowboy character. I would go around. I had this sick friend. We lived in a squat. Anyway, Andrew Callahan. Can they duplicate this? Is this they took a Cincinnati team. We knew they'd be pretty good on defense. They didn't turn the ball over. They were superior in special teams. They had some turnovers. They didn't turn the ball over themselves. Is this a way they can duplicate to win a little bit this season?
I think a couple of times. Okay. I mean, if you split this up, right, offense, defense, special teams, you work backwards. Special teams, I'm not counting on the long snapper to force a fumble every single week. Probably not for the rest of the year. But they beat them in all the other phases, made all your field goals. Chad Ryland did that once last year. If you think about when he attempted, as Joey Sly did, 3 or more field goals, and he made all of them. Chad Ryland did that once in 17 games. Joey Sly did that on Sunday. Defensively, great game plan. This was Bill without Bill on the sideline. Joe Burrow was flummoxed. He looked like Mac Jones, in my opinion, circa 2022. And they had him checking down before he needed to. Offensively, Gerard Mayo gave a lot of praise to the offensive line. And it was deserved, I think, in some parts with the run blocking. We all watched it. But pass protection is a big, big issue.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they're going to have a ton of games this year where they have 0 turnovers and just 3 penalties in that side of the ball. That's a part that I go, good for them. I'm just not holding my breath with the offense moving forward.
How do you explain the offensive line run blocking? Because they were a mess every snap I saw them play during the preseason, and all of a sudden they're executing like they've all been playing together for 3 or 4 years?
Yeah, so 2 things on this. One is Ramondre Stevenson at 120 yards rushing. 118 of those, according to PFF, were after contact.
Okay.
So he was making a lot of magic in that backfield.
Fair enough.
Like those 0.01% of your nights, Fred.
Yeah.
But for the offensive line, the time that they did clear room, which we all saw at the end of the game, right? It was 6 offensive linemen. When they had 6 offensive linemen on the field, they had a successful play on 75% of those snaps. So it was just, we have more guys on the field. You have a bad run defense that's missing a couple of players, and we're going to bully you. And they did it. But the other instances, when it was just a regular formation, or regular personnel groupings, it was about average.
So I'm just briefly, though, because I don't want to take anything away from Ramondre Stevenson, and I agree. The extra offensive lineman had a lot to do with it. But the huge percentage of his yards came after contact.
Well, you just said that.
And to not give him enough credit for the job that he did. It kind of does a disservice, and it also, I think, speaks to Fred's initial question about can they repeat it. I don't know that the offense was all that good. I think it was mostly Ramondre, and I don't think you can rely on an overall good offensive effort because I don't think they had one. I think they had Ramondre Stevenson. I think that's it.
Well, you know what's funny is they had the offensive performance that they wanted, right? Like they ran the ball on their last 10 first down plays. This is, we got a lead. We're going to sit on it. We got one offensive touchdown and just run the clock. So they did what they wanted to. I think they could have been more aggressive, to your point. It was only one offensive touchdown.
I don't know but I don't know that they can be more aggressive with Jacoby Brissett.
Well, the other part is the moving parts in the offensive line, right? Like we watched in the first quarter, their starting left tackle get pulled after a dozen snaps. See ya. You're done. That's it. No. Replaced him with Vidarian Lowe. Actually an upgrade. Their left guard is a guy who's currently on the practice squad. He played 100% of those snaps and actually was pretty good. But if City So comes back, which, look, the Patriots season is not going to hinge or change in a way because City So is suddenly healthy from an ankle injury. But next to him was David Andrews, who was perfect in pass protection, had a very good day run blocking. 2 spots over from him was Micah Onwenu, same deal. So that's 3/5 your offensive line you might be able to count on. And then the rookie right guard, who Jermard Mayo said yesterday, he thinks Layden Robinson could be a very special player. He wasn't special on Sunday, but if you get 4 out of your 5 offensive linemen who can really function, particularly running the ball the way they want to, that's an offense that has a foundation you can move forward with.
All right. How do you think that, along those lines, that Mayo was the best coach on Sunday? That he was? Yes. He was. Because he because he managed the clock with everything. Yeah. You think game plan, everything up and down, Mayo was the best coach on Sunday.
Up and down, and you could, if you were prosecuting this case, you just submit Zach Taylor's successful challenge for a fumble.
A fumble that the Patriots recovered.
Did not
remarkably
recover.
Stupid.
Cool. This play went from no gain because Ramondre Stevenson got stopped to no gain because Stevenson fumbled, and then the Patriots got it back.
He just wanted to be proven right.
What were you doing?
Even if he didn't get anything out of it, he just wanted to say no. I know what really happened.
That was the only thing that he could win yesterday or Sunday.
Yeah.
Was just that one challenge. That was it. We watched Joey Chestnut at halftime in Cincinnati pound all of these sausages and hot dogs. Zach Taylor's teams in weeks 1 and 2 every single year look like they did that 30 minutes before kickoff. It is a slog. It is slowish. They don't want to be there. They're 1-10 in weeks 1 and 2 since he took over.
Okay, just along those lines, and then we have to break, but we got you all hour. Did you see when Jamar Chase wasn't leaving the field when they called too many men in the field on the punt? Can you kind of describe what was happening? That wasn't visible on television.
Arms up in the air, pouting, head down, slowly walking over. I'm like, okay, he'll get off the field in time. He's still on the field. He's not off the field yet. Oh, they're punting. Flag flies. And he was just upset, A, about punting, B, about not getting the ball enough. But it was as much Joe Burrow, again, looking like Mac Jones circa 2022, as it was Patriots had a really, really good plan for him.
And just real briefly here, is it really a matter of like conditioning and Zach Taylor not having these guys ready? It's happened enough times with the Bengals, but are they not doing camp the right way, or are the starters not getting any reps? I mean, what's the explanation?
I have no idea. Just because I'm not there, right? But we walked out, me and my partner Doug Kite of the Herald, with a Cincinnati beat writer who just goes, I don't know why I'm ever picking them to win an opener again. And it might be camp, but I would go back to, he takes over in 19, the rebuilding. 2020's Joe Burrow's rookie years. Throw those out. The last couple of years, you're still coming out of COVID, right, in 21. I think this was more about the Patriots conditioning. Like Jerod Mayo's training camp was the hardest, most difficult, and grueling that I had seen since I joined the beat in about 2018, 2019.
I think I heard you say that. The number of times they were in pads and the physicality.
And you don't have to take it from me. Players in the locker room were telling us after, like, that really helped us today. That we're going to run the ball down your throat. Jerod announced this on Wednesday last week. Said, yeah, this is what we want to do. This is what we need to do. The Bengals have our plan now. And they executed anyway. That's the type of shape and I think physicality and toughness need to be in, which is separate from getting lucky with the Bengals at the time of year that they did. But both can be true.
How much of it is the hill? Because, we know the hill is so important it's been recreated.
I don't know. Like, the Seahawks could very well come in here Sunday and then do to the Patriots what the Patriots did to the Bengals. And we're like, okay, so much for the hill, so much for the conditioning, so much for camp. So I'm hesitant to go there. But if the Patriots win, I'll give the hill a shout.
Well, you see, the Lions did it. You saw the 49ers do it last night. I mean, there is a difference in conditioning.
Did we find out if they got rid of the hill after Patricia left? Was the hill
in Detroit?
Yeah, bulldozed.
I don't think you can do that. I mean, I think that's probably the state has to have some say in that. It's a historical.
Well, you get the
do you know what he's talking about?
Yeah, I think it was a fake hill, actually.
Yeah.
Artificial hill. I was there in 19. They had joint practices. They also, kid you not, copied and pasted the playlist from Patriots practices.
Oh, God.
And you had the touchdown
You're
song
kidding
playing
me.
in Detroit in 2019, around then when Brady gave that press conference about the contract extension.
Fraud that guy is.
No, Patricia's an idiot. And there's no...
But the hill.
Nothing that any of you can say because you weren't there in Detroit. Talk to any of those guys. We've had him on just to prove my point. He's a real moron. He's a rocket scientist. No, he's not. He's a bad football coach. He's an idiot.
And he's also an environmental impact expert because you can't build a hill without the EPA getting involved. So you had to navigate all that red tape.
If you don't know what we're talking about, Matt Patricia, when he took over as the coach of the Lions, the Patriots have this hill that they run up in training camp and what have you. So it wasn't in Allen Park where the Lions practiced. There was no elevation.
There's no hill.
No. So he spent literally, guys, over $100,000 having this hill put in. As if that was the difference. And the players aren't, I mean, the players are smarter than him because they all looked around him and said, well, this guy's an idiot. From the first practice, when he put out his rings and told them they all sucked. And they said, thanks a lot for coming.
It's the trucking cost. The fill for the hill might be free. Free, clean fill. But you got to get it there. That's where you spend the money.
Well, you know what they did? They had cans, charity cans out at all the grocery stores called Fill for the Hill. So it was actually a community project, 1 penny at a time. All right. Andrew Callahan's here if you want to call in 617-779-0985. An opportunity to talk to the Andrew Callahan from the Boston Herald. We will continue with him in just a moment.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
The most important thing, starts with down and distance. What's the score in the game? Where's the quarterback? Where's the tight? Like who's in the game? Where are the big three on offense? Those are the big keys in my opinion.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. Someone call my father and let him know Livy Dunn is on the Good Morning America.
Oh, here she is.
True for the base. My father, has never mentioned a woman. I've seen my father kiss my mother on the mouth one time in my entire life. Literally one time. I don't think he gave her. They were sitting on the same couch, so it was weird. I think it might have been her birthday. And he gave her like a piece of jewelry, and they went on the lips. And I remember thinking, oh, all of this is weird. Why are they on the couch together? They didn't sleep in the same bed. My dad was a nefarious swordsman, so he was getting it from other places. But he liked Livy Dunn. We were sitting over the 4th of July. And my father started waxing about how delightful Livy Dunn was, and I didn't know who she was. And then he said, "Oh, it's wonderful. She's with Paul Skeens, the pitcher from Pittsburgh." And he said, "That's wonderful." I said, "Why is that wonderful?" And he just said, I love things like that." And I went, "Oh, you're senile. Okay, I understand. That makes no sense."
Did they ever do like full body hugs where they would just press themselves up against each other? Maybe no mouth kissing, but would your mom and dad kind of stand and grind a little bit?
I could never be sure if it was
Is that why you were rocking back and forth as you asked that question, Hardy? What the hell?
That was weird.
That was really weird. I walk into it a Tuesday morning.
I could never be sure if it was them because they would have these furry parties and I didn't know what their costume was.
Oh yeah, but there was a lot of that going on.
Oh, it was the dry hump events.
It's just Thursday night.
Again, there was an episode of one of those CSI shows or so, and NCIS, and it was Murder at a Furry Convention, and they were testing all the furry costumes for DNA, but it won't blood that they were looking for.
And let me guess, under the black light, every one of those furry costumes lit up like a Christmas tree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or I like to think of the night sky.
Andrew Callahan, let me ask you something.
Yeah, ask him a question for God's sakes about his parents and their love life.
You do the film review.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned the wide receivers, which we had a vicious debate about yesterday. You said all of the top 4 wide receivers, KJ Osborne, Tyquan Thornton, Demario Douglas, and Jalen Polk, saw between 35 and 40 snaps in an obvious rotation. None starred. Is that another way of saying you've got 4 stars and it's difficult to pick out which one is truly more elite, as they are all elite?
Yes. This is,
Thank you.
What was that Sox rotation? 5 aces?
Yeah.
Right. Like 2015, and we're all going to have an ERA over 5, which makes it cool. Yeah, look, there was KJ Osborne and there was everyone else on Sunday. He had 6 targets, more than double anybody else. They were never throwing the ball a whole lot. But to me, what that said is not only just the volume of those targets, Brissett trusts him because he's a veteran relative to obviously all of those other guys who are Tyquan Thornton's a third-year kid, Pop Douglas in his second season, Jalen Polk's a rookie. When you look at those 6 targets, 4 of them were on third down. So Brissett needed to convert, goes to Osborne. The other one was in the red zone. So there's a gap in his mind, even though Pop Douglas had more catches than anybody else in camp, even though he missed basically the first 2 weeks. And so I would say feed Pop Douglas.
You said it. You figure out ways and schemes to get him the ball more.
Yeah, he's their best option against man coverage, but they were all good against man coverage, which is in the piece today, which surprised me watching the film. But it was Osborne and everyone else, at least for Sunday.
Douglas is that good.
But that's going to be any team. That's an obvious statement. I mean, if you have KJ Osborne.
If it's so obvious, why didn't you watch the film and do a big write-up?
Because if you have KJ Osborne on any team, he's going to be the number 1 receiver. Go ahead. These 2 idiots were talking about, I couldn't praise the Patriots enough and how great it was and how fun it was. And then they started getting all lathered up about the receivers.
You said their wide receivers all suck.
They all suck. Polk might be all right, and Pop Douglas is okay if he doesn't get hurt. The wide receiver room, as an NFL wide receiver room, sucks. Jesus Christ, the Jets receiver room sucks.
Get him, Andrew.
Outside of Garrett Wilson.
Get him.
Go ahead.
They threw for 121 yards. So this is like, let's come back next week.
It's a lot. I know.
Like there's
more than that. It's
just short of the record.
More than Ramondre rushed for.
It's only
That's pretty
400
good.
yards short of the record for one game.
And then it's more than he rushed for. Yes, it's and then I'm getting calls like, "Why are you bashing the team?" I'm like, Jesus, I couldn't be more upbeat. I told you I was rooting for him. For the first time in my life, I was rooting for him on Sunday because you know what I figured? I did not care for Bill Belichick. Go ahead. You go.
I wanted to ask about Jalen Polk, and I think it was your breakdown. If it wasn't, I apologize. But Polk was open on more than one play. Brissett just never got him the ball. There's got to be some value in that. Is that correct?
He was open in a way that, like, you play enough snaps, every receiver's going to be open, right? You keep talking, and someone's going to hear you. If you just walk around, whatever you're doing in life, that does bring me to something though. I have a little goodie. I have two stats and a lie.
Whoa!
Oh yeah.
You came prepared.
Yeah. Speaking of receivers getting open, are we ready for two stats and a lie?
Yes, absolutely. I like this. Go ahead.
Okay. Number one, the Patriots averaged more yards per play when they had 6 offensive linemen than when they just passed the ball.
Okay, so we're going to hear all three, and then we're going to determine the. Okay. So number one, more yards per play with 6 offensive linemen. Go ahead.
Then whenever they just tried to pass the ball. Number two, Jacoby Brissett was perfect against the blitz. Number 3, Pop Douglas was open 15 times and only caught 2 passes.
Okay, I know what I think is the lie. Is that Jacoby was perfect against the blitz.
I will go with the 6 offensive linemen versus the pass.
No, I think Fred's right. I think B is the lie.
Wow. I go unbeaten in week 1. It was the last one. Pop Douglas was not open 15 times and only caught it twice.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. But Brissett was getting – so when he was getting hit, those weren't blitzes.
Exactly.
Okay.
He's sneaky like that.
I see.
See that?
Very, very sneaky.
So what part is incorrect about the Pop Douglas stat?
He was just covered. That's how it goes. and here's the thing.
He's not so great is what he's saying. Go ahead.
He played mostly on passing downs and passing situations, right? He was only out there. They played 3 receivers. But in those instances, he was only on the field for about 20 to 22 passes. So when you add up 15 times in 2 catches, he wasn't open on every single snap. That's what it was.
I disagree.
All right, let's go to Nick. Nick, go ahead. You were on with the great Andrew Callahan.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
What I take away from the Patriots win on Sunday is that Bill is gone. So, Bill had these guys. He drafted Christian Gonzalez. He drafted Keon White, Demario Douglas. And I think that's just at a buy-in standpoint, they didn't buy in anymore. And now that Gerard's here, they bought in. And, they were tired of listening to that grumpy old man, and now they got their new guy, and they're happy.
Did you did you get that there was, like, with the gang tackling, the aggression, did you get that there was more buy-in? Did you see it? Did it look different than they looked last year in that respect? I'm asking you, Andrew.
I didn't see that necessarily all in one game. I think you've heard it through players before and after the game. They love Mayo. They appreciate the difficulty of training camp, and they're willing to go through that. I will say, too, the players that Nick mentioned, Christian Gonzalez played 4 games. Keon White only had 1 sack. Demario Douglas had 2 concussions last year. But there were veterans who were like, look, I've been through this. I've had the payoff. That's when it was worth it. We go 29 and 39 the last 4 years with Bill riding our ass. That's where the buy-in started to fall off. Like, I'm going to go in, I'm going to do my job, and I'm going to go home and stop caring about this in an outsized way that everyone did during the dynasty. That's where the buy-in, I think, fell off more than the young players.
You did a pretty good breakdown, a very good breakdown of the defensive game plan and how they turned, Burrow into check down Chucky, or however you phrased it.
Charlie.
Check down Charlie.
That hurts.
Thank you. No. It was really, but it was really good.
He's dyslexic.
I don't want you. I don't want to rephrase it. I want you to put it in layman's terms for me, how they were able to do that, because it wasn't just with pressure. It was with downfield coverage and like a mix of it.
Yeah, so there were 2 keys to this as I saw yesterday watching all the film. Number 1 was, and everyone knows this by now, Christian Gonzalez shadowed Jamar Chase for most of that game. Jamar Chase, according to ESPN, ran 28 routes. Christian Gonzalez was there for 20 of them. He gave up 3 catches, 15 yards. Great job by him. The problem when you have a plan like that, and they even ran into this with Stephon Gilmore, is you go, okay, if we put Jamar Chase in the slot and you're an outside corner like Stephon Gilmore or Christian Gonzalez, and you follow him into that slot, that tells us you're probably a man-to-man coverage because you're not really where you're supposed to be unless you're shadowing him wherever he goes.
Okay.
So the way the Patriots solved that was key number 2. They didn't actually play a ton of man coverage. This, as far as I saw, was about 40% of all passing plays, which is a little bit lower for this defense. And what they did instead was live out of cover 2 and cover 6, which are these 2 deep safety structures with a lot of zone coverage underneath. This was even 1st and 10 when you're expecting a run. 2nd and 6, we're going to play cover 2. But what we're going to do is we're going to let the players just define where they are as what their assignment is. So our alignment changes pre-snap, right? Like the corner normally in cover 2 has a short zone near the sideline. But if Christian Gonzalez was not near the sideline, he wasn't having that assignment, right? That we're talking about Jamar Chase. So he would fill sometimes typical safety assignments, sometimes linebacker assignments based on wherever he was. So what that said was, we're going to present something that looks different. Hey, Jamar Chase is in the slot. So is Christian Gonzalez. It's probably man-to-man. No. We're going to spin out of this and have the same coverage, but rotate our players into different positions and change assignments. So it was really the same calls over and over again, just disguised to look differently.
So if you're going to do that and you're going to play the cover 6 even when you're expecting a run, are you just then relying on the front 7 to take care of the run defense?
Yes.
Okay.
And so the Bengals had difficulty early. Then they fall behind. But you look at that third quarter drive when they got their only touchdown. They're running the ball effectively. They're like, okay, that's cool that you want to stay back and too high, and we're not going to get anything deep, which means we have to go the length of the field. It's week 1. No T. Higgins. Jamar Chase is limited. We're going to have a hard time going 12 plays down for a touchdown. But when they did, it was running at Daniel Aquale, who they're counting on as a starter, played 73% of snaps. It was at Keon White, who played 80% of snaps and was sometimes a defensive tackle. And that's how they got downfield. Burrow also made a couple of plays, but that's when they committed to, we'll run at you, but then they ran out of time.
Okay. And, and there was the fortunate turnover and things like that. Look, the Patriots by no means dominated that game. There was points that you had to assume that they were going to lose. I mean, before the turnover at the goal line, you probably thought that was it.
Oh, it was a ball game, and I think the issue remained in doubt long enough, but what I think consistently the Patriots did, and you mentioned this too, Andrew, was take advantage of those opportunities, and it wasn't mistake-free, but Mayo even said it too. They made one less mistake and capitalized on the mistakes made by the Bengals and didn't allow them to do something boneheaded without paying for it.
There was definitely some luck involved, but this I can't get over. The Patriots on Sunday, with Gerard Mayo making his NFL coaching debut, won a game that Bill Belichick had not won as an 8.5-point underdog or more since Obama was in office. That was in 2016, September.
Obama!
Then before that, the Patriots did it 5 times in 2001, which we all remember that season, magical run, yada, yada. That was a mediocre conservative offense. We're going to win on special teams. We're going to have this genius defensive game plans. That's everything that we saw in Cincinnati. They did it again. But the last 4 years, whenever the Patriots were underdogs by 2 scores, they lost every single time. 0-5. Belichick could not do this without Brady. Gerard does it in his NFL coaching debut, and again, you get the Bengals at the right time. You have them in a bad health spot. You're 5 feet from giving up a touchdown, right? And Kyle Duggar forcing that fumble. There's a lot of small things that help this get along, but the fact that he did it in game 1, like he's saying, oh, we're building. You don't have to believe him now. You saw it, and if you're on the team, you experienced it. Yep. That's huge for him.
Yeah, it's the best news that you could have gotten out of that game is that Mayo is a capable coach. And isn't it interesting that there was a penalty on the opening kickoff and you went, oh, no, I wonder if this is going to be like the story. Yet. Like, it hasn't even started yet and this is already happening. Do you think Belichick wins that game?
It's a great question. I think he has a similar plan. Like, if you look at the roster, your available talent, how you matched up with the Bengals, we're going to play him too high. Joe Burrow, we're not giving you the deep ball to Jamar Chase. That's obvious. You're going to run the ball, try to pound the rock to kill the clock. That's obvious. They did that for 34 minutes. But I do think there is something to just the energy in the locker room. All these guys were looser. When I got in before the game, you could feel it watching them on the field. And then afterward, that was the most joyous locker room I'd been a part of and inside since maybe 5-6 years. And again, it's a big win. That was the first win, like I said, since 2016, where they won as underdogs. It was unexpected.
There's probably a fair amount of no matter how much buy-in there is this really going to work? Are we really going to be able to pull this off, especially week 1 on the road against Burrow and the Bengals? So the celebration afterward had to be a lot of release. Like, holy crap, it actually worked.
Well, I think that's true from a management standpoint. Like, the higher up you get in the organization, you got that bird's eye view. You can see everything for what it is. You have that perspective. But when you're in the day-to-day, running meetings on a Wednesday, going through a practice on a Thursday, treatment on Friday if you're a player traveling on Saturday, you have to believe. You cannot play NFL tackle football and have a little bit of doubt. Otherwise, you're going to get your clock clean. So I think those players believed that they were going to win. I think they understood that they were underdogs. And I talked to Hunter Henry after, being like, look, we can say ignore the noise. We all know you thought we sucked, and we proved you wrong. But we believed. And once you get that proof of concept right away, that's to say, what else can't we do this season? And that's what they're trying to do now.
Yeah, I mean, if they would have come out and gotten their doors blown off, this would have been, I mean, it really would have been bad. It would have set a tone, at least from the fan base perspective, it would have set a tone for this season that maybe would be hard for the fan base to recover from. And so this, even if he didn't win, just the idea that Mayo proved himself to be a capable coach. He wasn't, and believe me, guys have gotten out, Matt Patricia, have gotten out there and just blown it. Like, just shown, I mean, Adam Gase, like, these guys have become head coaches and just, you're like, no, this isn't working at all. The situation with the Chargers, I mean, you see it all the time. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. We'll finish things up with our good friend, Andrew Callahan.
Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots players have today off. They're back at practice tomorrow. They'll play their home opener against Seattle this coming Sunday. Patriots opened up as 3.5-point home underdogs. San Francisco beat the Jets on Monday Night Football 32-19. Jordan Mason, 147 yards and a touchdown on the ground. Deshaun Watson, the subject of another civil lawsuit charging him with sexual assault. This alleged incident happened almost 4 years ago, and the Red Sox scored a 12-3 win over Baltimore in the opener of a 3-game series at Fenway Park. Rob Refsnyder and Tyler O'Neill, 2 home runs apiece. Sox still only 3 games out of a playoff spot. Carter Crawford faces the Orioles tonight. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning. 24-hour on-call service for your clogged drain emergencies. Go to johnsewer.com. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 9 o'clock.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
is forward, plunging to the 44, and again with his legs, a huge pickup for Jacoby Brissett.
Oh, yes. Jacoby Brissett. We are Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Andrew Callahan from the Boston Herald's in studio, and I was listening, Andrew, to the post-game show with Leroy and Joe Murray, and they were taking phone calls, and a lot of people were calling up, and I do mean a lot, more than a few, and they were saying, well, the offensive line wasn't as bad as everyone said it was. Why are they not playing Drake May? And so the question is twofold. A, is the offensive line good enough to have a rookie quarterback play behind? And two, does Drake May win that game?
Number one, no. Number two, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And look, you only needed 16 points to win. So it's easy to go, well, hey, Drake May could score 16 points. It looked good in the preseason. First of all, preseason, I think we all know, is the greatest liar we have in professional sports.
Oh, sure.
Number two,
Lions went undefeated preseason the year they didn't win a game.
Drake May also couldn't turn the ball over yesterday because that's how fine the line was. Again, 5 feet between Kyle Duggar forcing a fumble and the Bengals scoring a touchdown. That leads to a Patriots field goal instead of 7 points for the Bengals. So Jacoby Brissett took care of the football. That's what he's here to do. Don't screw this up. Like we talked earlier about, could Bill Belichick have won this game like Gerard Mayo did? Mac Jones and Bailey Zappi definitely could not have won this game the way they were under pressure 44% of the time. What does Drake May look like if he's under pressure 44% of the time? Because he's a rookie, theoretically making his debut, I would have expected at least a pick, maybe a strip sack, because Jacoby Brissett did scramble. Drake May can scramble, but there's also an element of, I need to tuck the ball, I'll take a loss, and I don't know if he's got that maturity yet because he's 22.
Based on what you're talking about with the offensive line, and we've gone over it here in the first 48 minutes you've been here, how much does the game plan change for this team as long as Jacoby Brissett is the quarterback? They ran the football a ton last week. Do we expect that in the next 2 or 3 weeks moving forward? I would think nothing changes too much. Here it is. Try and stop it.
Well, the number one thing that could stop that is DK Metcalf 75 yards down the sideline in the first quarter, right? Because then you're trailing.
Yeah,
and
if you're losing, it's different. But if they manage to keep the game close, I don't think
for sure.
They're not going full wideouts in a shotgun.
But we talked about this. This team can't win if they're down more than a touchdown.
It's a hell of a game plan playing with even a 3-point lead or playing dead even, but the second you're chasing.
Yeah.
And this wasn't even unique to the Patriots, the offensive line, because you look at the Browns where Alex Van Pelt came from. That's how they wanted to play. That's how they needed to play. When Jacoby Brissett was there in 22, looking like one of the better quarterbacks in football. Deshaun Watson the last couple of years. Any run-first offense is a run-first offense because they want to set the terms of engagement. We're going to tell you how we're going to play. Patriots did that. Good for them. But when it's flipped to the other side, you need a plan B. The best offenses in the league, whether you're a Shanahan style, you're more downfield, whatever it is, you need a plan B. The Patriots don't have one. But I would say as far as the game plan going forward, it will be more run heavy. I think what they need to do, though, is shore up that pass protection because the complement to that, right, is the big play action game. The Patriots only ran play action passes on 17% of their passing plays yesterday. That led to Jacoby Brissett having a single deep pass. That can't happen. This is an offense that needs to go and gamble and get those boomer bust plays. They didn't even try yesterday because they knew they couldn't protect.
Well, that
Sunday.
leads,
I keep saying yesterday.
I think we all can figure it out. So that leads to the question. When you're being that predictable offensively, it was how much of this was Cincinnati just not being prepared? You mentioned that they always suck on opening their opening game. Their record is crazy bad. Is it just that they were being overpowered? What is the likelihood of this happening again? How much of this was Cincinnati and how much of this was New England?
I think if they played this game 10 times, the Patriots win 4 or 5.
Okay.
So it take that however you want. It's a coin flip. That's not really committing one way or another.
No, but it is because it's more than you would think. I mean, they were the biggest dog in the NFL last weekend, and if you think they'd win half the games against this team, then that's a pretty good margin.
Well, that's it. And it kind of goes back to your, like primer for, fans watching a rebuild team. Is this game one of those outliers? One of those, you weren't supposed to get a win there, but you're going to get a couple of those over the season Does it feel more like that, or does it feel more like the start is something? It feels like the outline.
Shout out you for being a good teammate. Team me up because I get to say I told you so. Right? We were talking about this last week, 2 weeks ago. They're going to beat a playoff team, and who knows what Cincinnati looks like right now? They look like they're going to be in Cancun come mid-January, but they've got more talent than most teams in the league. One of the better quarterbacks. This happened right away. Big underdog team. I think the Patriots probably beat a playoff team on Sunday, not yesterday. To the point about like how much could change, the Bengals also had a bottom 5 run defense by any metric worth its while last year. They lost their best defensive tackle in free agency. Their replacement, Chris Jenkins Jr., which makes me feel old as hell, was out. And he was a second-round kid out of Michigan that they drafted. Big body. Say we will. He's a rookie. But that matters for a team. So the Patriots knew they could count on going and running at them. There were some adjustments they made specifically in the fourth quarter because the Bengals got a hold on their outside zone scheme, which we know is going to be the base of their offense. And so that was encouraging, the adjustments. But you can go, okay, Callahan, that's cool that they adjusted. They still scored just 6 points in the second half. And to me, that's the thing. Like the coin flip of the fumble at the goal, near the goal line, going the Patriots' way instead of the Bengals, that's something you can't count on week in and week out.
All right. Listen, Andrew Callahan, fantastic job. And in comes Seattle very quickly. Seattle coming across the country. It's an early game. The line's actually gone up.
It was 3.5 at the start for Seattle. The Patriots were plus 3.5 at home.
Yes.
When the line was first posted.
Yeah, well, I know that last night the line had gone up. That the action on the line had gone up from the whatever the hell they call the opening line, the look ahead line. That the line had actually gone up.
Still 3.5, but the over/under is 38.5.
Okay, I know from whatever that the number at one point had gone up. Actually, what is this another game that the Patriots can win? Is this a vulnerable Seattle team traveling like this early in the season?
I wish I knew almost anything yet about Seattle. Like I just pulled my head out of the bobbing for apples. It was watching this film of a bad Bengals team and the Patriots.
It's more. Let's just assume they're better on paper than the Patriots. They are. They're favored on the road. But is this Patriots team a team that you think, based on how they played on Sunday, is capable of taking a team early in the season, that kind of travel, and beating a superior team at home?
I think they can win. I also think the better point is that line sounds perfect to me. Like Seattle should be favored.
Right.
You got a better quarterback. You've got more weapons. I think that defensive staff with Mike McDonald, who was the best defensive coach in football last year, is going to go, okay, Gerard, you told us yesterday we're always going to be a run-first offense. You have to stop us. And you're trotting out a practice squad player at left guard and a replacement left tackle. Great. I think we will. And they've got a defensive tackle who they took in the first round this year, Byron Murphy, who I think could give them real problems. But it's week 2. Like we talked about week 1. Who the hell knows what's going to happen? I just think Seattle is the better team. The Patriots, we know, have to walk a tightrope to get a lead. They could win. And we're going to talk a lot about, it'll be 10 a.m. for the Seahawks, this and that. They're a better team. That still matters more. It's just anything can happen in September.
Oh, I mean, that was evidenced last night. I mean, the Jets losing.
Mm-hmm. No one saw that.
No. I mean, who would have thought? I mean, I was assuming it would go perfectly. But now that the offense is okay, you know what they decided to do? Suck on defense. They said, you know what? Aaron Rodgers didn't get hurt.
We're giving up 8 straight scoring drives. That's what we're going to do.
You run all over us.
Yeah.
And by the way, why pressure this kid that can't move? By the way, he's no great shakes, that Purdy. Oof. All right. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Purdy
How do you feel about week 3? Because they're coming up.
Oh, the Jets.
The Patriots.
The Jets beat the Patriots. Come on.
Oh.
I mean, they have Aaron Rodgers. If Aaron Rodgers is healthy, he does crazy crap at the line. They're not going to be able to fool him. Believe me. They'll be all right.
Yeah, he looked great
last night. Famous last words.
Rodgers looked fine last night to me.
Fine, right? Not great.
Yeah, but he never had the ball.
His receivers sucked.
I mean, Lazard, I can go play-by-play with you if you want to. I remember them all.
Why is Alan Lazard here?
Because of him, and he's making $10 million. Why did Mike Williams not play? The whole idea is Lazard isn't going to play. We'll see. I've gone too far in depth already. This is clock hour with that game.
By the way,
10 days away.
Ayuk dropping that touchdown pass. Like, come on, man. After you signed that deal, you got to haul that one in.
Yeah,
that's a horrific look.
They
for
scored
him.
anyway. All right, we'll be back.
You're listening to Toucher and Hut.
I didn't even know you could be shown. Who cares? Riz?
Sorry, Riz.
I find myself explaining things to Riz a lot. I like Riz, and I appreciate his loyalty to the show, but I do find myself explaining things a lot to him. Like,
is he the Rizzler, or is he just Riz?
He's Riz. I like him. I like him a lot. He's a good guy. But he's like, why have you talked about this? I say, because I don't think they want me to talk about it. They being the person. That didn't go well the last time that happened. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not lying to you. I don't. If anything, I make mistakes. I don't lie to you about these things. All right. The Manningcast. We got an email about that. That's how I know about that Adam's always on the camera now, as if it's a conspiracy. Most Mondays this season, Manning will be at a friend's warehouse in Denver. Just a friend. It's the guy. That has been outfitted with a TV studio, sharing the screen and commentary duties for Monday Night Football. So that's good.
So did Peyton stay in Denver? Is that where he lives now?
Isn't his whole deal? I'm sure he lives several places, but isn't his whole deal like wanting to own a piece of the Broncos? I believe that's like kind of the situation. Screen and commentary duties for Monday Night Football with Eli. You know, he's probably more famous in Denver than anywhere else. And I mean, if you're the king of Denver, why would you ever leave?
Right.
And that's right. That's right over in the middle of the country. Comment Monday Night Football with Eli, who appears from his house in New Jersey. I saw it last night in some shots. It's a big space. He even got one of those fake turf areas where he brings the ball and acts out some plays. I wish that I could run everything. I would tell you, don't have a field at all at any point. In Baseball Network, certainly don't have a small, tiny little diamond where you make the guys in suits put on gloves and pretend they're playing baseball.
Oh, that's fun.
No, it's not. It's one thing when Albert Pujols shows you like his tea routine, like from when he was warming up. But I assume too that might be only me that's interested in that. That maybe not everyone, but every time they act something out, like when they have Brewski out, who I like and I think is good on television, but when they have Brewski on the like a turf, this is entirely unnecessary. All of this doesn't need to be happening. No one needed you guys in suits to slowly act out something in a 10-by-10 space for us to fully grasp it. Oh, he was moving and the man tried to hit the ball out of his hands. Mm-hmm. I see. I didn't know that. Now I appreciate the game more. Thank you. All these things are idiotic.
Well, I would get to all those things down the list if I were running things, but the first thing I would say is no more Zoom, Skype, TV shows.
Why?
No more.
Why?
Because of the lag time and the inability to have a normal, free-flowing conversation without people stepping all over each other.
But if you want evidence of what Bill Belichick's career has become, it's all Ring cameras and Zooms and shows with Matt Patricia. It's a real S show. Talk about someone's legacy burning. Woof.
It's all secondary camera stuff.
It's all just junk. It's all like well beneath him. Brady's making $100 billion sucking on TV, but at least he's
present. He's there. He's at the game. He's calling games.
He's at the big game. He's at the big game.
Belichick has to zoom into 5 or 6 different things and gets paid a tenth of what Brady is making.
Dude, he was on the same thing as B-list comedians. Yeah. Like he shares the stage. He's doing a show with Matt Patricia for something I've never heard of. Over under something.
Underdog fantasy is what.
Who the hell knows what that is?
Yeah,
and it's him and Patricia. A, how do you see it? And then B, who the hell wants to watch Patricia host anything? He's a moron.
I was thinking about, you were mentioning Ron Jaworski and how perfect that would be if Belichick hosted that show. There's a reason it's on Sunday morning at 8 a.m.
Yes.
It's filler.
Yes.
That's all it is. That's a way to get to the NFL Sunday program. And Bill Belichick, who is the best head coach in the history of this league, has brought himself from the top floor down to the basement.
Because he's got no personality, and he sucks on television, he sucks on the radio, and it's bad. And I told you it was going to be bad, and it's never going to change. If you are someone who really wants to dive into all 22 film and really wants to get inside of it, he'd be awesome. But you have to know that's a very esoteric perspective. Like not many people want to dive deeply into all 22 because that seems more like a job.
You know what would have been perfect for him?
Somewhere is just shaking his head going, how are you doing a show and not breaking that down? Go ahead.
It would have been perfect for him to be on one of those panels that's outside on the field during a national TV broadcast.
Where he
for the
barely
Sunday
had to
game.
talk.
All right, here are 2 plays, Coach. We want to run this back for you. 2 plays, break these 2 key first half plays down, and Bill can sit there and do that in real time. That would be perfect for him.
That's right. If he was, he could even be at I like where you're going. You have the main cast at a desk, and then you have Belichick at a desk, like
with Collinsworth's kid across the field. Whatever. Here, Coach, do this.
And they flash to him, and they go, "You got a minute." And they give him 1 minute to break something down.
And you can make easily as much money as you're making with your 7 jobs now.
He was breaking stuff down last night on the Manningcast. I don't know why you guys have a problem with this. This is last night, Manningcast. If you're trying to watch the football game, why watch the football game when you can have a smaller version of the football game and then have 3 heads over on the side
with a field mic
and Bill Belichick saying stuff like this?
Wilson. Get on him.
Double him? Can we get a double? You got to double him down here, right? Red zone.
Yeah.
All right.
I love Christopher Price, but I got to find it. He was on Twitter last night praising this guy like you couldn't imagine. Christopher Price is great. I really, really appreciate him and love his commentary and his writing.
Yeah.
He's got to get his head examined with this Belichick stuff. Though.
Yeah.
I mean, it was bad. He stinks. And the whole broadcasting's play the lag stuff again.
Yeah.
Please, if you would. If you can find it.
Like Tom Hanks and Castaway.
Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wilson, be my lover.
All right, there was a slight issue of them talking over each other. I don't know why you're harping on this. I don't think it was that bad.
Yeah, you know that first third down play that they hit Wilson on in man coverage.
This is what Christopher Price wrote. By the way, that's not fake. And I want you to play the whole thing again.
Okay, the best part is when they both realize they're talking over each other and stop for 10 seconds.
Well, what else are they going to do?
Okay, all right,
put them in the same room. Okay, I'm going to play this, and then I don't want anyone to say anything. I'm going to read Christopher Price's tweet from last night, who I love. I just question his judgment on this. Go ahead.
Okay, 30 seconds, no stopping. This is ripped directly from the Manningcast last night.
Yeah, you know that first third down play that they hit Wilson on in man coverage. I think that third down play to hit Wilson on in man coverage is gonna slow down the 49ers playing man-to-man. I think they got him on that, and they're going to chase him back into their zone.
Eli, you were saying solid
it's going to be Hall, Wilson.
Hey, Bill, one sec. Eli, you were saying solid felt like these past few weeks.
Yeah. And you know what? Can you please pot that field mic as loud as it will go? Because we need the sound from inside the stadium to overwhelm the broadcasters. Christopher Price said, just have a Belichick cast every week. Who says no? And not for nothing, but this is the kind of stuff Brady should be doing instead of being in the booth. Conversational, insightful, and smart. Well, yeah, but there's the issue of being paid and the importance of it. One is an alternative broadcast. And again, to repeat myself, just so it doesn't sound like I'm bagging on everyone, like the Mannings are talented, and especially Peyton's exceptionally talented. Probably the best ever ex-athlete, like the best host of Saturday Night Live. Like, he's got legitimate talent. There's no questioning. And this idea has spread like wildfire, and, you know, other people are copying it and all those things. So all of that is true. Just why is it on national television and sucks this bad? It used to be if you were on national television that at least there was the assurance that they would try. Like, this isn't even trying. Why is Belichick somewhere? Manning's the only one in the studio, and Eli can't be bothered. They're making tens of millions of dollars, by the way, both of them.
You want to know another reason? Just so you're all on the same page in terms of when you're talking, when you're not, and when you're going to commercial. Because if not everybody is in the same place and knows what's happening, some guy might be talking when they're trying to go to a commercial.
That's the rhythm he was hoping to get on the first 2 drives.
Finally got to it there. Rhythm for
Aaron, what are we going to do on third down?
First game of the season.
Nice drive. Peyton, what are we going to do on
They're just having fun.
Jesus.
Why not every week?
Peyton, what are we going to do?
What are we going to do on
They couldn't pay for a producer to speak into their microphone, into their ears, say, "Hey, stop talking."
And well, no, because
They're all afraid.
You know, if there was a producer, they could maybe look at them if they were all in the same place, or if you just had Belichick on the Zoom. That's even ghetto. But if this is the way you're going to do things, but you got to have the two of them in a room together. I don't know why for $10 million, Eli's not willing to take a private plane to Denver. They'd send him home right after.
It's almost
They'd probably inject him with, whatever Michael Jackson was taking and put him to sleep. He'd wake up in his own bed.
Almost an unfair ask of Belichick. I know you've spent the last 20 years of speaking, and everybody shuts up, and no one dares interrupt you. But here's the deal in this new gig. You're going to talk a little bit, and then other people are going to talk, and then you have to shut up when the other guy talks. It's not how he's accustomed to doing things.
What if he went on Pat McAfee yesterday, and the first question Pat McAfee said was, when you were on that plane with that girl that was at the time like 21, what did she say that made you know she was the one? and how could you write a book about how to be an old-looking 72-year-old and have sex with women that are under the age of 25? But you liked her because she was so intelligent.
Don't.
I'm not going to do it because it makes you uncomfortable.
Well, not me so much.
No, she went to Brown, right? She went to college in the area.
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
Brown. Or
It was Ivy League.
Was it Harvard?
No, it was one of those.
It was
though.
the Ivy League of state schools.
It's known as the Triangle's answer to the Ivy League.
The thing is that if you got water, they can get you over it without getting wet. And she was the best. She was studying all the great minds, as so many have.
Did you read the Price tweet?
I did.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
I did.
He did. No,
Man, read it again.
That's in the past.
All right. And then just because I thought it was great, this is Pat McAfee. So Pat McAfee, I don't mean to, again, Peyton Manning's way more talented than I am. He really is, believe it or not. But Pat McAfee is not. And Pat McAfee had Bill Belichick on for a half an hour. Our own Jim Louth.
40 minutes, I think.
40 minutes. These are the questions he asked. Nothing about the Patriots. Not one thing. Here are the questions in a montage of them put together.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Belichick.
Pat, how you doing?
The Detroit Lions win a massive one. What should we take away from the rookie performance? D-Bud has a question for you.
Yeah, a lot of quarterbacks. You mentioned, the overall offense.
Who's somebody that got you a couple times? Go ahead, AJ.
How much can you get done at halftime, and can you really kind of turn the tide?
What should we take away from the rookie performances?
Jim Harbaugh said in the locker room after the Chargers
Do you think the crisis automatically makes everybody hyper-focused more? Connor has a question for you.
Your GM cap on. What do you think about the Dak contract?
The term game manager is like a slanderous term for a quarterback. It's like, why?
What would you do if you were a defensive coordinator facing Aaron Rodgers?
What was Ernie doing up there? Go ahead, AJ.
How does that feel as a coach?
Ladies and gentlemen, the GOAT, Bill Belichick. Thank you. All right, Coach. What a time.
Yeah, what a time. All right. If you meet someone, they're from somewhere, and they have notable alumni, 8th on the list, you can make sport, but eighth the 8th most notable alumni is Gail McLaughlin. Would you like to know what she is? She's an American politician from Richmond, California, not Richmond, Virginia.
Okay.
This woman went on, she took her degree, and she was elected to the Richmond City Council with the Green Party. Then she won two consecutive 4-year terms as mayor.
Of Richmond, California?
Yeah, and then after she reached her term limit, she was reelected to the city council.
That's great. That is a notable alum.
Yeah.
What are the notable alum of Rollins College?
Mr. Rogers, the lady from Married with Children,
Fred Toucher,
Mad Dog Russo.
Jen Nawada from Ask This Old House.
Really?
Rollins College.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that
We've
true?
mentioned this 19 times.
Robert Stack, though, in all fairness, went there. And so did Jeffrey Donovan, who has actually been in a lot of stuff. So there you go.
That's pretty good.
I just chose to give the mayor of Richmond, California at first because it sounded dumb, to be honest.
Where'd you go to school, Wally?
Went to Hobart College in New York State.
That's right.
The guy who played Shooter McGavin, the actor who played Shooter McGavin, Hobart grad.
How about that?
There you go.
They're doing a sequel, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
I'm all set with that.
I'm so psyched. Travis Kelce's going to be in it. It's going to be awesome.
See.
Did you see them singing a thing called "Love" in the box? Have you seen that? Believe it was sent to us.
Oh, is that what that was? I had it with the sound down. Is that what that was?
Yeah, Travis Kelce's got a fun outfit on. He's got a mustache.
That was at the U.S. Open tennis tournament.
Yeah. And he's in suspenders and what appear to be lederhosen and in like a fun hat. And they're just standing up in a box and just having the time of their lives.
I love playing dress up.
Oh, it's so fun. You got to wear a costume when you go out. He sucks.
Well, his brother had an ill-fitting shirt on that we'll get to later in the stack. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
His brother doesn't bother me as much. Now his brother's a very
You know what
wealthy
didn't
man.
bother me? And this might bother you that it didn't bother me. It'll probably bother 12 that it didn't bother me. The Kelsey brothers version of Fairy Tale in New York.
Yeah, you're big on that.
I
never
didn't
heard
mind it.
I will not listen to that.
Oh,
No, I
so
won't
you
listen to it either.
a prejudice prior to investigation.
Correct.
That's you.
Correct.
I mean, it's too deep a cut. You know? I mean, that song speaks to me.
You're saying it as a joke, but there are plenty of people who have never heard it before. When they do hear
Fairy
it for
Tale
the
of
first
New
time,
York?
Scott Zolak heard it for the first time like a year ago, and I don't know if there's anything he hates more on this earth other than, well, Keith Lockhart, the Boston Pops. He has an irrational hatred for shark expert Greg Skomel and the song Fairy Tale in New York.
I could see Fairy Tale in New York getting on your nerves. I could see someone who was like, the Pogues are the best band ever, playing you the Pogues and going, okay.
Yeah.
Like, let's get off
If
that.
you're like Bing Crosby and Nat King Cole and they say, oh, no, this is my favorite Christmas song. What?
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that bugging you. You know. All right. We'll be back with our world-famous email bit.
Toucher and
That to me is where I say that can be something that's consistent. That's something you'll see every week. The offense being efficient, I don't know if we're going to get that every single week. But the defense, that's something I feel like you could bank on that. That's real. Did they look like they missed Bill Belichick on defense yesterday?
No,
Not one bit.
Duluck and Bertrand, weekday mornings at 10 on the Sports Hub. On the air, online, on the air. This is how Boston sports fans start their day. Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
You know, I got an idea for a bit. The email bit. We should do the email bit. It's a great idea. Let's do the email bit.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. If you want to email us, you can. JON at 985thesportshub.com. Hardy at 985thesportshub.com. Toucher at 985thesportshub.com. Today we'll have the @Crash email up to send Crash, who will be on the show every Wednesday at 8. Answer your questions.
What's the email address?
We'll have it up on socials as soon as everything is buttoned up.
Got it.
Because he doesn't work for Beasley and he needs access to the email account. But we'll have that up on our socials at Toucher and Hardy, at Fred Toucher, at Hardy985, all on Instagram. And those of us who can be on Twitter, at Toucher and Hardy on Twitter. This is a good email. This is from Tima, who emails a lot, and I appreciate it. He says, "Hi, Fred. Do you have any plans to take Adam 12 out for a celebratory community soup dinner and food pantry meal to welcome him to the Sports Hub?" No. But I will tell you this. Adam now is working for the show, and he's good friends with Hardy and I. So Hardy and I said, you know what, Adam? I think it's going to be time about October 4th to clean out the refrigerator. You have at it. You can have anything in there.
All yours.
Gee whiz, fellas. Thanks so
Yeah,
much.
that's right. That's right. That's right.
Check
and
those expiration dates.
And bus
Just
passes.
a suggestion, really. Those dates are just a suggestion. It's a guideline.
I tell you something else I stumbled on that it can be all yours, Adam, and I'll bring them in. You don't even have to come to the house. The drawer underneath the dryer apparently is the place where we keep all the odd socks after doing loads of laundry. I'll just bring those in, and you can create your own pairs of socks.
See, I thought you were going to offer me your dryer lint because that's actually a really good
Fire starter
if you're building a campfire.
That is true.
Interesting.
But can he do it on the community land? And also, so like if we took him out to dinner, perhaps Kendra can also attend and take photos of the food to give them a little influencer points with the local churches.
So if meals are free for everyone, what do they do at soup kitchens when they invite the influencers in? They can't comp them a meal because the meals are comped
Adam,
already.
what do they do?
I am not an influencer, so I can't.
But when the influencer comes in to the soup kitchen, how are they treated differently? What special treatment can one give them?
I haven't run into one in the wild.
Do they also get a sandwich?
Yeah, sure. Soup and sandwich, man. Why not?
All right. Bruce Grossman says, "Hey guys, just found out Jack A from 227 is my famous alum and one of the OJs. That's for John." That's from Bruce, CW Post, class of 1993.
Nice.
What's CW Post?
That's a school. Is it on the island? Is it near New York?
I don't know. I thought it was a reference to the CW network.
No,
Jack A, where
No,
227 is in heavy rerun rotation. I dare you to sit through an episode of 227. Does not translate
227 is a comedy with Marla Gibbs and her family.
Yeah, I don't remember.
CW Post in Brookville, New York.
There you go.
There you go.
Jack A, I wonder if she was very tempting to the men.
I had to go and look at the Michigan State list of alum because other than like
The
Magic
guy
Johnson,
you were just talking about today.
James Caan.
Yeah, James Caan.
Yeah.
And
And
baseball player.
Jackie Martling from the Howard Stern show.
He absolutely was.
Took a degree in 1971
Yeah.
from Michigan State University.
Jackie is no young pup. There's on Amazon, there's a documentary about him. Dave says, the music, as is the show, has been exemplary. Has this responsibility been handed over to 12? It's so great work. Adam has taken this on his own initiative, and he's been playing the songs, and they get me very excited.
Other than the Jim Blossoms, though, it was mostly crap. It wasn't any good. But that Allison Road, ooh. So she fills up her sails with my wasted breath. That is the poetry of Robin.
Is that a Jim Blossom?
Yeah.
And the song's called what?
Allison Road.
Okay. And
A
it's
New
all-
Miserable Experience?
Yeah, that's the hit.
It's also on the EP that you had asked for, Hardy.
Oh, is it on Up and Crumbling?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Demo version, I suppose.
If you don't know, Hardy's a big Gin Blossoms guy. He loves the Gin Blossoms.
Unironically.
Well, good for you.
Yeah. He went that hard. He was part of the scene. It was a little scary back then. Yeah, it was a little scary. To be a white kid in that scene was like you stood out, and you had to prove yourself. Did you ever see 8 Mile?
Yes.
It was like that, except it was in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Oh.
Brendan says, Freddie T, what's poppin'? I saw that a bird you caught at your ex's house, very manly on your end. Would that happen to be the bird that your son was complaining about? Did it migrate from your house to hers? The book looked awfully a lot like John, of course. I wonder if this bird also turned his back on his religion. I did. I told the story. I went to my ex-wife's house. She called me frantically saying, can you get this bird out of my house? And I, without harming the bird at all, was able to navigate the bird outside.
It was the dish glove you had on.
Yeah, because I thought at one point it wasn't flying, so I was going to have to grab it, and I didn't want to hurt the thing with my human hands. So I got it out of there. The pictures are all at fredtoucher.com. They're a sensation. And my son indeed slept at my house last night, or the last couple nights, and he's told me yesterday during the Jets game, unironically, that a bird was out. He's like, there was a loud one last night. Dad, I'm not kidding. I know you make fun of me, but those birds are loud. And stop talking about it on the radio. People are mentioning it to me. Why don't you see? I don't know if it's a radio or a bird, but whatever it is, it's driving me bonkers.
So here's the question. That's not the first story you've told about your son on the air. How often does he hear about stuff that you say?
Well, I never say anything bad about him.
No,
So
I'm not even saying you do.
No. My daughter, a ton. Like her teachers ask about like it's all good stuff, but like, yeah, you figure that any male teachers they have is a listener to the show, or at least is aware.
Yeah.
And then so say every male teacher, and then say a quarter of them, and I'm not bragging about it, but like at their age, a quarter of them are probably somewhat regular listeners of the show. But yeah, they're cool to my daughter. Like their teachers are like super cool to my daughter.
See, my daughter wants me to mention her and talk about her on the air, and I tell her, you really don't. It's probably, and I'm not going to say anything bad, but
right.
I don't know that it's going to come back to you in a way that you're going to appreciate.
See, the thing is that there is the theory of like never talking about your kids, or like you see people that are far more famous than I'm not famous, I'm not saying it, cover up like the picture of their kids' faces, but then you'll see a John Mulaney have his kid in the picture, and I'm thinking like, what the hell what's the difference? I mean, if anyone like goes after your kid in like a social media post, they're a sociopath.
Right.
I'm not overly concerned about that. And my kids don't, in all seriousness, to my knowledge, and I'm sure they haven't done anything like particularly that bad. So, I'll feel free. If one of them, goes off the rails a little bit, then I'll stop talking about them post haste. But so far, they've been, to my knowledge, staying on the straight and narrow. Yes, Jonathan.
We have an email from Jay, who's watching us on YouTube, patiently waiting for the mic lights not to glow the color red. Fred looks like he has a second-degree sunburn. Hardy looks like he's sitting under a chicken lamp. And as usual, John looks perfectly fine.
I think that's just the idea of eating John has got you thinking that we're all under a heat lamp, as is such the case often at KFC.
See, Wallach read that email because he says the guy said he looked perfectly fine. Notice how he skipped the one from Thomas O'Malley.
I was about to. I'll read this one because I had this one.
This one came in earlier, so I don't know that you were going to read it.
Okay, started work late today, so I have time to tune in on YouTube. Gosh dang it, that Kraken hat in Cooperstown. 2 words, by the way. Hoodie or eyesores. Coincidentally, Hardy broke through on the mixing board topic. Today's a double win as I sit here on the couch for another hour.
You ever see like on Our Gang Little Rascals that like a bum will have a suitcase with a bunch of stickers on it from places he's been?
Yeah.
That's how John dresses.
Yep.
Why is there no effort to match the hat and the hoodie? There's no effort to match anything
It's
ever
4
with
in
you.
the morning. That's why.
I do. I make an effort to match my hat with
I do
my,
not.
my
It's
top.
4 in the morning.
I do. You see how the little
Oh,
bit
you
of
are
light,
a king of it. Yes.
little
Yes.
light blue in the
You
in the
get-
stripe of the hat
look,
that picks up the light
The
blue in the
golf
shirt?
attire you wear every day is
Well-
fantastic. Really.
Well, I
Don't let
decided-
anyone tell you different.
This is actually funny. I decided to start grooming about 2 months ago.
Oh, really?
I'm not kidding. Like I started maybe I should take care of my facial hair on a fairly regular basis. If you're really going to go out there in the world and try to meet people, maybe it's best that you keep it together on a more consistent basis. Try to at least shave the neck. Maybe you could do that.
Yeah.
You know, what do you want to do? Matthew says, in that Zoom train wreck, Baden gives Bill the Waldick treatment. Shut up, Bill. Eli, what were you saying about Saleh? Fred, you were right about his legacy going up in flames. Bill Belichick is really making a lot of mistakes. He's making a lot of mistakes. It's really beneath him, a lot of this stuff. And I don't know who his agent is. They're just saying go hog wild and take anything anyone offers you instead of sitting tight and waiting for something to pop.
It's not like he's hurting for money. I mean, it's not like he needs these jobs to survive.
No.
And it's not like anyone's going to forget about him either. He can do guest shots on whatever show he wants to go on.
So far we know he does something over under with that idiot Patricia hosting it. Then we know that he does the stupid Jim Gray show. So those are two let's go. So he does two awful things.
Hey, let's go.
Hey, let's go. He does those things, and those are like regular gigs, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So
at least once a week, yes.
And meanwhile, Brady's got the lead Fox analyst job, and he's making $150 million a year, and Bill's eking out Bradley J. but trying to put together a paycheck doing part-time at all the CBS companies.
Finally, most important email of the day. Hardy, you are right. I work in civil and site work construction, and the money that Matt Patricia wasted on manufacturing an artificial hill when he was with the Lions was mainly spent on trucking and landscaping. Not sure the exact size or makeup, but the material fill for that hill wouldn't be too much. But the machinery and man-hours work stack up fast. Plus the continued landscape cost that is associated with it. What a waste.
I think that if Hardy had won the lottery and he decided to retire from radio,
And it could happen tonight. Mega Millions, 800 million. Go ahead.
What he would do is he would hire a guy to tell him where the biggest construction projects were going on around the country, and he'd fly out there and put his hand in his pockets and just kick rocks around it, waiting to see if anyone will let him in, because he doesn't want to let him know he's a billionaire, because he wants to be actually invited in.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them's driving some big backhoe or something, and he's going, oh boy, look at that. He's kicking rocks with his hands in his pockets. He's going, and they go, hey, you over there, what's your name? Rob. What are you doing? Nothing. Just watching.
No, I would be doing something. You know what? I would make up little awards, and I would hand out daily and then project-long MVP trophies. Most days, spoiler alert, guy working the excavator, the guy moving Big Earth, he's going to be the MVP most days because he's just getting a lot done. And he's doing it with skill and precision.
Mm-hmm.
End of the project might be somebody else.
How many times have you reported building in your neighborhood to the city?
I've never reported anybody for anything.
Okay. It seems like you'd keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Well, you probably
I keep an eye on all the neighbors' houses. And believe me, I had a conversation with my neighbor yesterday. I'm like, what's up with the TV on at 4 o'clock in the morning when I was leaving for work the other day?
That's not creepy at all.
As you guys know, the entire street is dark when we leave for work, right?
The fact that you went over.
But I look across the street and the TV is on in their living room at 4 a.m. I'm like, hey, bub, come here. As he's going in the mailbox, what's up? I'm like, do you tell me what's up at 4 o'clock this morning?
How'd you know he was going in the mailbox?
You're a model neighbor.
Were you sitting up there with your nose pressed against the window and go, ah?
The other people don't worry about you at all.
I spent a lovely afternoon outside with the dog yesterday. I was pulling weeds for about 90 minutes, and the dog was with me, and she's pretended to help, but she's really not. I'm just throwing the Frisbee for her every once in a while, but that's when he came out for the mail, and oh boy, did he get an earful.
Is there a young blonde kid that's quite a menace?
As a cowlick.
Yeah. Wearing overalls.
Is that why they call me Mr. Wilson? I've never figured that out.
And he's spraying with the hose. Off my property, you menace. Okay.
Just keeping an eye on things.
That's right. Hardy, the neighborhood
watch. I
you.
have a pith helmet and a flashlight.
Yep.
The Olight Seeker 2 Pro.
Yep. Are you on those, like, seriously, are you on those message boards, like, about the neighborhood?
God, I signed up for one. It's awful.
Yeah.
Oh, is that next door?
Awful.
I've been
I have to delete my account and unsubscribe from the emails.
Yeah, because I've actually, much to my own surprise, have managed to avoid doing that because no one ever says anything positive about it. All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots will play Seattle this coming Sunday in the team's home opener. The Patriots are 1-0 following an upset win in Cincinnati last weekend. The players have today off. They'll hold their first practice of the week tomorrow. On Monday Night Football last night, San Francisco beat the Jets 32-19. Deshaun Watson, the subject of another civil lawsuit charging him with sexual assault. This woman said Watson forced himself on her in her apartment almost 4 years ago while he was playing in Houston. And the Red Sox beat Baltimore at Fenway Park 12-3. They're 3 games out of a playoff spot again. They'll pitch Cutter Crawford against the Orioles tonight. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Eastern Massachusetts' leader in drain cleaning and pipelining. Drains by James. Slow drain, clogged drain. You need to contact Drains by James today at drainsbyjames.com. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 10 o'clock.
Stay tuned for more Tencher and Hardy on
farm. I have about 200 pigs here.
We get to spill beers on each other without worrying about spilling beers on people.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub. Now, more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub. We know what you're thinking. What could I possibly have missed from the show?
It's two stack month. Ready?
It's time for The Stack on Toucher and Hardy.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy, and we are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. All right, Hardy, what do we have for the people today? What's going on?
All right, first things first, Scott Hansen of Red Zone on the NFL Network had this to say after they returned from a clip where they were showing the Tom Brady telecast. Oh, no. What just happened? What just happened here? Oh, my goodness.
You wanted to know what was in the box, Fred?
Yeah. Okay, so I was sent a package, and it was sent to Freddie T. And I got it, and it's a Gauss Shield owl decoy to scare away birds. Plastic owls to scare away owl statue for garden and outdoors. It's from the kitchen department at Amazon.com.
All right. Well,
you're holding it like it doesn't even bother you.
No, I'm holding it so that the YouTube camera can get it.
No, I get it, but
I'm gonna leave
it's
this
not
right
even.
here.
It's not even scaring you.
No.
Jesus, you're brave.
We're gonna leave that right there.
My God, John. People don't give you enough credit for being. I'd like you in the foxhole with me.
You know something? He's brave right now. Why don't you turn it around and have it looking at you? See how brave he is then.
It doesn't seem to be even bugging him.
He's not staring it down though.
Yeah,
then he turns it back around. I thought so.
Yeah, you don't need that thing looking at you all day. Don't worry,
No.
buddy. That's just enough that you touched it. It's like us touching a rattlesnake. Go ahead.
All right, so they cut away from the, during Red Zone, it's not just showing the plays. You pick up on the announcers too.
Yeah.
So during the Cowboys-Browns game that Tom Brady is calling, you hear a little bit of that, and then you hear Scott Hansen when it goes back into the Red Zone studio.
71? This is crazy. Yeah. But they got to cover. If it doesn't go in.
They're talking about maybe attempting a 71-yard field goal.
This is a 71-yard attempt. And now the Browns will call timeout.
Maybe everyone's going to rethink this one.
71 yards.
Go to the Jets down back
come on.
here.
Brady's got to get more excited than that in the booth.
Okay. So what's the problem?
Scott Hansen has since apologized for that comment about Tom Brady.
All right. Okay. Let's judge. I'm going to judge. I'll be the judge if this is a good enough apology.
Oh, of course. Yes.
All right. So he knows he effed up, but he probably doesn't even care. He's probably got a lot of public pressure. Let me hear what he had to say. I'll judge it.
Via tweet.
Oh,
That was unfair and inconsiderate by me. Yes, I was saying it tongue-in-cheek.
What? Bad apologies. Give him excuses. Go ahead.
But I didn't calculate how it may come across. At Tom Brady, I apologize. I promise I am rooting you on in this new venture.
All right. Give me 1 second to get it. All right. I'm going to say you shouldn't be fired, but at least a 3 week. I'll do what people do to me, but at least a 3-week suspension with no pay. That's mine. As a janitor, my take on it is, because I'm an expert in everything, my take on it is that that's a 3-week suspension. Then I'll feel good. Even though I got nothing to do with it, I'll be the judge of that. What's his Twitter account? I want to say some stuff to him.
You can find that on your own. I'm not going to enable you in that.
Because I get on my burner account, I'll let him have it like I do to lift shots.
Go to the Jets down back
come on.
here.
Brady's got to get more excited than that in the booth.
Jesus, that son of a bitch. It's funny that guy just like thinks that he's going to go on the air on Sunday.
Like nothing happened.
Yeah, like what did you ever do? Tom Brady's got 6 rings, jackass.
Do you watch it? Do you watch a lot of Red Zone?
I don't like it, and I told you Bill Simmons has the best line for it of all time, which is it's like adult films that are edited together where it's just the end.
Oh, okay.
It's funnier the way he said it, but I can't.
Depending on what the slate of games are, I'll watch it, for quite a time. I think Scott Hansen does a good job. You want to talk about an irrational hatred? Next time you see Paul Perillo, ask him what he thinks of Scott Hansen doing the red zone thing. Like, it is completely out of left field. Like,
really?
Yeah, he has no respect for the job the man does. Like, it's probably a pretty tough job. He's sitting there trying to, keep track of everything and whip around coverage and saying what's happening in that game, back to that game, keeping up on everything.
But he acts like he is annoying when he talks about his job because he acts like he's circumnavigating the world, like the globe. He's like, I can't pee for 3 hours. Oh, sure you could. You could go to the bathroom. I think so. I think the world would continue to turn if you went to the bathroom during the red zone.
That's fair.
You know what they could do is just play a game. Like, he's like, I can't leave. There's too much going on.
Yeah, there's pretty long stretches where there's nothing going on.
Yeah, or worst case scenario, they just put a game on. No, what I do is I have friends over now sometimes. I would rather go somewhere else that has all the games on, but I have a Sunday ticket, unlike you two who masquerade as sports broadcasters. I have it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've found I annoy everyone because I serve no one. I just go to game to game to game. I had one guy that wanted Caleb Williams. My son wanted the Miami game, and I was watching the Patriots game, and I was of no use to anyone.
Quickly here, Jason Kelce made his debut on Monday Night Countdown.
Yeah.
Future gold jacket wearer. You got a podcast that apparently is doing fairly well. And all that said, Jason Kelce is wearing a shirt he got at the mall because he left his travel bag in the truck. Left the bag in the truck.
Fits my belly now. I've lost a little bit of weight, but my is still struggling.
Hey, the fact that...
What's he censor? What did he censor?
Is a word for breasts.
Oh, he said the T word?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh.
Yeah,
They're allowed to do that on basic cable.
We had a conversation in the back room whether it was allowed or not. And
I don't think so.
No, yeah, that's the side that 12 and I came down on.
I think we're on
and Hall of Fame center can shop at Lululemon. That's big, man. That's a big accomplishment.
I have Lululemon pants on now. Jason Kelce doesn't bother me at all. His brother, on the other hand, is a real nuisance. He's starting to wear costumes out. Which is, you got to stop that. If your friend comes out you go let's go to the U.S. Open. He goes, all right. And you go, yeah, I got a box. And he shows up in a costume. Look at me.
We had two friends show up at our house once on their way to a Halloween costume party, dressed in costume. And I wouldn't even acknowledge that they were in costume. I was so embarrassed for them and embarrassed that they were in my home.
Just outside of Halloween or
even at the Halloween, I'm not going to your costume party.
But that might be you. But I'm saying, in all seriousness, we're not friends anymore. In fact, it happened in my life, and I'm no longer at all friends with that person. In fact, I hate him with the power of 10 burning suns. All right, that'll do it for us. Everyone have a great day. Bye.
More Toucher and Hardy